So I had like the old tables with the techniques. Yeah, I remember that. Those all still in there. They're just starting to rip those things out when I was a kid. I vaguely remember it. I remember they had me salad bars. Yeah. Rip that out. Tables with the fake ones. It was like old timing model. Yeah.
Well, one person's found it so far.
Okay, great.
Presenting. Are you taking them in?
Can everybody hear me? Good. Before I start, I have a request that if any of you, please don't stream any video while this is going on. So this is an open Wi-Fi network, and we don't know how much bandwidth it has, and that may knock off our live stream to our massive following around the globe. I think we peaked during the first class. 20,000. That's probably it was 20 million. It was a glitch. It was a glitch. Well, welcome everybody. I think this is our 15th real convention. We've grown quite a bit since then. I think every year it's gotten better, and it was a very successful auction this morning, both in terms of the amount of money we received, but also we've had a bunch of stuff that has been in the auction for 2 or 3 years that when we had a silent auction, we weren't able to sell. This year we did, which clears out space for new items for next year. Some of you have been here every year or almost every year. But we also had this year a unique thing. I think we had 20 people who have never been to an ETF convention. We need new blood in this hobby and supporting the museum. So we really appreciate both the old timers and new people who I guess John is here, aren't you? Yeah. Most of you know that Dave May died unexpectedly fairly recently. He'd come to just about every convention, a fixture. He was a really nice guy and a guy that we enjoyed having at the convention. And John wants to say a few words about him. So let me invite John up to say something. While he's getting with me way up here, it may take a minute. I'm going to go ahead with a couple of other things. Another person I wanted to report on was Don Soltzman. Don, as you know, up until last year, attended every convention and was our auctioneer, and quite a character. He lightened up the place. So I talked to Don on the phone the other day. He's doing well, but he has physical issues that prevent him from traveling. So I don't think we're going to see him at any other convention, but he's doing well. He says he wishes everyone at the convention well, just wanted to pass that on. So anyway, John is up here. Here's the steps right here.
Could you grab me this?
I'll turn it over to John.
Because I can't get out.
Dave was one of my first colleagues. I was an apprentice out at Murphy's TV in Warren, Ohio, and that's how I met back in the early 80s. Dave was the next apprentice after me, and we've known each other ever since. He had moved to Columbus for a while. He was working in HVAC, and then moved back home, and then I had started a company. And I remember back in the day, Dave was way ahead of his time. He was already collecting round color sets and working on predictors and stuff back then. And when I started the company, he had just moved back to Warren, and he asked me if I was hiring. I'm like, hey, if you're looking for a job, I'm hiring, man. You know. And so that's how it all started in 2009. With Dave working with me, and he was phenomenal for years and years. And I'm blown away. He was having some health issues for a while, unrelated to anything that would have been immediately life-threatening that I loved. And he was actually getting better as far as every indication that I had heard, and then he had taken a sudden turn for the worse. They released him, and it was, I had called him to check on convention arrangements, and his brother had told me he was in the hospital, and I'm like, you know, and he said he should be home the next day, and then I decided to give him some time to recuperate once he had gotten home, and I seen the paper he had passed away. So I was in shock, and I'm still in shock. So I really don't know what much more to say, except he will definitely be missed.
Thank you, John. Let me thank a few people. Then after I do, I'm going to ask Tim Poleniak to come up. I'll talk about Tim in a minute. I want to really thank the auction crew this morning. Steve Kissinger, Daryl, and all the other people that helped you move the set, being move sets around. It was a phenomenal success as far as I'm concerned. I want to also thank our, by now, of course, auctioneer Dave Abramson, who made it through it and did a great job. And I also want to thank you for being our MC. We had 3 people to deliver sets to the museum. From Jim Benning, who brought that Raytheon color set down, Dave Seeker, who brought the CT100 over, and Bob Kobush, who brought sets from Washington, D.C., and also Dave May's collection. I want to thank Laura Horrocks for her work on checking people in and entering data we'd be lost without her. Well, of course, Larry, who's doing all kinds of things, I want to thank him. And all our presenters, and this year, thank you very much for doing it. Tim, last year, I'm getting a little older, if nobody's noticed, and I realize this is getting harder and harder for me to do. And one of the things that is always difficult is coordinating all the volunteers, because they have 1,000 questions. You have to show people what you did and so forth. So someone suggested Tim as our volunteer coordinator. And he did that this year. He found the volunteers, verified they were coming. When they got here, told them what to do, supervised them, just took a tremendous load off of them. And I really appreciate this. This is a big help. And I think it makes the convention run more smoothly. So I'd like to get Tim up here to speak, to talk, thank some of the people that did things that he was doing.
Well, the first thing I guess I should thank is everybody that did not bring a gigantic projection set. Yeah, I bet there's a round of applause. Same last year, just about killed. I want to thank everybody for their patience and volunteerism. Everybody's been pitching in, and it's been fantastic. A couple people I'd like to thank specifically that aren't here. Al Godsky, and Rodney Harrison, who actually I think are back still working at the museum. Ed Levere, who's been taking care of color sets and been working on the Westinghouse. And good piece of news, Dan Jones just got done with the predicted pedestal restoration, so I think we should give Dan a round of applause. He's been working on it. Jacques Motag, Sam Wankowski, a lot of people I'd like to thank, but to be quite honest with you, I'm too tired to If anybody has any questions or if there's anything I can do to help, most people know who I am. Just look for the bald guy, and I'll be around. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jim. I want to mention one more thing. A couple more things, actually. Dave Arlen has arranged for a next generation TV conference to be at the museum on June 27th. They've got 150 engineers and TV station GMs from around the Midwest are going to be there. There's going to be a cocktail party, a reception, and this is a big deal because it gives us publicity. The other thing is that they're giving us a $2,000 rental fee, which can be used on our for our parking lot project, which I am certain will be able to get done this year. Now, I'm embarrassed to say that I left the museum without bringing the award for last year's best presenter. So I'm going to present the winner with an
award. And then when he gets back over to the museum, he can get the real one, which is nothing but a something printed off the printer in the computer in a little frame. So not missing much. Anyway, actually the voting was very close last year. But the winner was Chuck Ferris for his presentation. So Chuck, here is your fake award, and you can get the real one when you get back. Now we'll be handing out survey sheets for these presenters, which I also left at the museum, but I'm going to run back over and get them and hand them out to the table, and would appreciate you filling them out for this year's presenters. And we'll continue the tradition and present an award next year. The next thing is at the break, we are going to be collecting donations for the museum. So please open up your checkbooks. We can really use the money. We're doing extremely well, as you'll hear in the annual report, in terms of donations and members and so forth. But I'd really like to get the parking lot done. So the more you can shell out, the better the museum will be, and our future will be even brighter. So at the break, I think Dave will be pitching you for money, and somebody is going to be going around collecting, and I'm not sure who yet, but somebody will volunteer.
I have a question. This
Yes.
is our first time being here.
Yes.
But what is your parking lot project?
Well, as you noticed, our asphalt is severely deteriorated, and the cost of having it repaved is about $22,000. And we've raised about $6,000 so far through a GoFundMe project. But we sold some valuable sets in the auction this year. And then we have some other things we'll talk about tomorrow at the annual meeting that are bringing in some significant revenue. So I think we will have enough to raise that $22,000 by the summer, so we can get that done. Something we wanted to do for several years now.
Thank you for sharing that.
Okay, sure. Okay, anyway, so back to he's had a few minutes to recover. And I'll help him up the stairs if he doesn't have the energy left, but I think he probably does. So here is Dave Abramson to introduce our program today. Excuse me?
The raffle? The 50/50 raffle?
Well, we did it at the. You missed it, yeah.
I didn't know, sorry.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, the name on the tag was Scott. We think we know who it is, so we're going to make sure. All right. Next item up for bid is KCS 100. Do I hear 25 out here somewhere? Oh, wait, we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about these little gems, and who better to do that than Ed Bilborn, a 40-year employee of RCA in Indianapolis, who should know all about this little thing. Graduated from Purdue University with a degree in electrical engineering and industrial education. Did you know my dad, who graduated from Purdue? His career, Tom Abramson, class of about 1946, I think. Career at RCA included design engineering, technical training, product training, and product manager for advanced television systems. And we're going to hear from Ed all about this little gem on the floor here. Do you want it up in the air, or
Oh, that's fine.
are you just going to point to it?
I have trouble lifting it.
All right, well, come on up, partner.
There you go. Thank you. Well, good afternoon.
Would you like a little box to set it on?
No, that's fine. I'll endeavor to heft it. Anyway, this presentation basically is a birthday celebration for this little gem, the 8-inch portable television set with the KCS 100 designation for the chassis. I was asked by somebody today, where in heaven's name did RCA get its nomenclature KCS and KRK and CTC? Well, CTC for color television is rather obvious. That's color television chassis. KCS is, anybody know what it is? KRK is kinescope reception kit. So, this particular set has the designation of the of KCS 100. Now, RCA started off with the KCS designation back before World War II in the Turk series, which were the first production sets that RCA had, and I think it was a KCS 4 was the production designation. Now, whatever happened to 1, 2, and 3, I don't know. But chassis systems, of course, at that time, the television set consisted of more than one chassis. So it was a chassis system. So anyways, so that clears up that mystery, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay. So a little 100. This particular unit has the designation, perhaps, of being, and correct me if I'm wrong, for those people that know all the history of television. Probably the simplest production television set made. It even outmonths a month, which I will discuss here a little bit. That's it. It weighs, by the way, it weighs 20 pounds. It was in the RCA line for a couple of years, 1956 and 1957. It didn't continue after that for reasons that will become intuitively obvious to the most casual observer here in a little bit. But nonetheless, it was almost at that particular time a novelty. It came in various shapes and sizes and colors. You can see that she is not lifting a 20-pound set. I'm here to tell you. All kinds of colors, stand combinations. Some of them came with a stand, some came without a stand. In summary, there were 12 different models. They varied in color again and stand combinations. there were three KCS 100 chassis variations. They were just minor variations in the chassis. And it used 10 tubes plus the picture tube. That out months to months by tube. Had 4 diodes and a selenium rectifier stack. Now, you could make it simpler. I don't think you could make a production set simpler. The idea was to make a very compact unit, and that was probably the reason for its general demise, or it didn't carry on in the line. At that time, of course, customers were buying, in the early 50s, were buying their second sets and third sets. And of course, at that time, sets were becoming smaller, but not necessarily lighter, as we recall. But they would take and package a television set and put a handle on top of it and call it a portable. But people did not want to go back to a small screen size. I mean, after all, they suffered through that through the 40s and the early 50s, and they wanted their second set to be a larger screen size. So nonetheless, this became more or less a novelty television set. It essentially carried on through 1957 and then was dropped in the line. Now, there was a television set that was marketed by RCA, and there's one in the museum that came after that with a larger screen size. I believe it was a 14-inch, but it employed a general overall configuration, electrical configuration, like a normal television set would. Sometimes I think that this television set was designed by the tube division to promote the tube, which we'll talk about here in a little bit. Cost? Well, let's see if we can get this thing to change here. Hello? Can you change it for me? Can you change the slide for me? Next slide, please. Is it stuck? Okay. It cost about $875 in. Oh, let's go back one. Go back. Go back. Go back. Go back. Go back. Back. Go back. Go back. Go back, go back, go back, go back, go back. Anyway, the cost in terms of 1996 dollars was about $175, which translates into 2015 or $16 into about $875. So it wasn't any particular bargain. From a production standpoint, it probably was a very, very okay. Let me try to advance it here. Yeah, I don't know why. Huh.
Do you have your USB?
Am I doing that or are you doing that?
I'll let you do.
Okay. Oh, it won't go back.
Do you have your USB on you?
I'm sorry?
Your USB drive? You got a computer here that has actual output on it. Your USB that's got the presentation on it.
Yeah, I do.
Is it in your pocket?
I do. Okay. Is that the problem? Excuse us, slight interruption. He probably explained to you this. This is all being done online. The Microsoft PowerPoint is actually online. It's remote, and that causes things to not work very well. So anyway, as I was pointing out, the cost of this thing was in terms of 2016 dollars was $875. Now, that just goes to show you what value change television has made in all this time. Would you pay $875 for a 9-inch television set? Probably not. So the television set was designed around a unique tube type, and that was a 6U8 tube. The 6U8 tube was one of a family of tubes that was dual function. In other words, it had multiple elements in it. So it had, this one particular one was a triode pentode combination. So it had dual functions in it. Now, the dual function type of tube was not new. Actually, the first ones were came online sometime in 1929, I believe. Believe it or not, they had dual function tubes that meant dual function, meaning that multiple elements at that time. The unique thing about the 6U8 tube was it was the first of a family of tubes that had what was called unique and very good remote cutoff characteristics. In other words, you could control its gain or its mu by controlling the bias on the tube. And so I think the tube division was so proud of this particular tube, the RCA tube division, so proud of this particular tube, I think they designed this television set, to be truthful with you, to promote it, because it uses a whole bunch, well, not a whole bunch, it uses 4 of these types of tubes in a configuration, which we may get to here in a little bit. So are we able to do anything? Okay. Give me another what?
16 millimeter film.
Okay. So let me wing it, and we will get on with the show. Boy, that's different. It came back. Hey! Oh.
I got another clicker.
Got another clicker.
There's another computer back here.
All right.
With the right software on it.
Okay. Where's the click portion? This one?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Well, we saw that, didn't we? All right. Hey, look at this. Okay. Miracles do happen. So I'm sorry, I step away from the mic all the time. So we got the general configuration, we got the cost, and there is the tube. Now, subsequently, this tube, by the way, was upgraded, and there were better versions of it. But nonetheless, this was the tube. And here's its general configuration. There's a 9-pin miniature configuration. It had triode, pentode combination. It was a triode pentode combination, as we pointed out, and there were 4 used in the CT, or the KCS 100. And it had, of course, as I pointed out, very good high frequency and remote cutoff characteristics. So let's kind of take this set apart. And it's a good set, by the way. If you haven't restored, maybe a few of you haven't restored a television set before, it's a good one to start with, because it's comparatively easy to work on. You'd think, oh, yeah, this thing is packaged like you wouldn't believe. Well, it's packaged rather uniquely, but it's very easy to take apart, and it's very easy to change the components. All the components are hand wired. There are no circuit boards in it. The general configuration consists of 2 sub-chassis. You can just picture how this thing worked going down the line. There was, the signal portion of it came down one portion of the line, the deflection portion and power supply portion came down the other portion of the line, and the 2 were married together. It probably had more individual operations on the line to make it than its neighbor going down the line at Bloomington, Indiana, which was at that time the CTC 5 and 5N. So, because it was all hand wired and everything was placed in it. So this made it easy to repair and take apart. The first thing, hey, that works a lot better. The first thing that you got to do in taking this apart, I'm sorry. First thing you got to consider in taking this apart is 2 things that got to come off. One is the control, customer control escutcheon has got to come off, and the handle has got to come off. Now, the set, I guess, in order to minimize cost, laugh, they did not include 2 knobs for the brightness and the vertical hold. The original sets did not have 2 knobs for that. The rest of them did have knobs. Now, and this is the only difficult portion, because if you don't know this and you try to take this apart, you will die of acute profanity. There is an insidious screw that is right under there. You can't find it, you can't see it, it's there. And that screw there allows you to take that off, and then you're home from there. And what happens is that the rest of the screws to take it off, it's intuitively obvious to most casual observer where those are, and the cabinet just slips out. Now you say to yourself, now obviously the industrial designers did not spend any overtime designing this thing. It's basically ugly, but nonetheless, there's a lot of louvers and holes in it. And you say, well, could you made it simpler by not having it has a power transformer in it. And why does it have a power transformer in it? Well, they wanted to make it small. And to make it small, you had to consider dissipation problem, right? And if you had molded plastic, at that time, molded plastic wasn't all that strong. And certainly, it's not a good heat dissipator, molded plastic. And you would have, in a very short time, if you'd had a series wound configuration without a power transformer, it would have been lighter, it would have been a little simpler, but the set would have melted. And that would not have been good from a customer standpoint. So it's a metal cabinet with a bunch of holes in it to help dissipate the heat. And it does have a power transformer, so you won't die using it, which would not have been good for consumer relations at all. But anyway, it comes apart like that. If you turn it around, which I did here, this bracket here then allows the two portions of the chassis to separate. The tuner is a Very simple tuner. Obviously, there you see on the front are the little antenna loading coils, and then you have the converter coils and the oscillator coils there at the end. So very simple little tuner in that thing. So again, the components count is probably the smallest ever produced. So anyway, we can then disconnect the two sides of the chassis. That comes as soon as you take that bracket off, while those two sides come off, and you can get to the various components there. And you see I've replaced, first thing, of course, in restoring any electronic apparatus that old is to do what? Recap pad, replace the mud caps, and with something like that. You know what I like to do? I don't know what you guys do in restoring these things is I get one of them, there it is, and it kind of looks like, well, there's the cord and the plug's still on it. Just wonder what it'll do. Just if I plug it in, maybe to a variac, step it up, see what smokes first. It never fails. It doesn't work. It never works. So, but anyway, you do see what smokes first usually. But anyway, on this one, I didn't do that. I just replaced the mud caps, and there you go. Taking a little closer look at it. You can see you can get to everything now. Notice back here, there are a tube. By the way, you do not have to. You do not have to take that apart to replace that tube. You can get to that tube, believe it or not, without taking the two sections of the That's the audio circuit, by the way, one tube audio circuit. That's what we'll point out here in a little bit. Now, of course, you want to replace the selenium rectifier stack with some diodes, and that's only kind of normal. And it uses a halfway voltage doubler configuration for the power supply. Now, a little bit of chalk talk, very little bit chalk talk. Can you hear me if I just yell from here? Yeah. Oh, okay. Let's take a look to see how they got this thing down to 10 tubes. And by the way, you may ask about its performance. It was pretty poor, actually. But as long as you could see the transmitter, it would sync up. And if your pinload section was the IF stage, and then 1/6U8 for a converter. So it was a two-tube system there. Another 6U8, because again, the tube division was promoting their 6U8. The pinload section was the second IF amplifier, and then a sync output for the triode section. Here we have the video section. Of course, just a simple diode detector, demodulator, and a 6AW8, which was not a good tube. It was a little more high power tube than a 6U8. It didn't have remote cutoff characteristics that were worth a darn, but nonetheless, it was enough to get enough signal strength to drive the picture to get enough contrast. One section, the triode section, was a sync separator, and the pinout section was the video amplifier. And then we go to a single tube 6U8 for the entire audio circuit, as I mentioned before, and ratio detector diode. Incidentally, the pinode section was the sound IF amp, and the triode section was the audio output, and it had a reflex circuit tied to it. In other words, the output of the audio amplifier was fed back to the sound IF and amplified itself. Yeah.
How much audio power do you get out of a 6U8 configuration?
Not a lot.
I don't think so.
No, as I pointed out, it was a little weak audio-wise, but hey, you could hear it as long as there was no other sound. It was okay. You know, it worked, kind of. It was a lousy television set. It was cute, but lousy, all right? All right, so it used a video or a vertical oscillator and output 1 tube, horizontal oscillator 1 tube, high voltage 1 tube, and then of course a damper and a high voltage rectifier delivering 5.8 kilovolts to the picture tube, which by the way was a 60P4, which by the way was specially designed for this set. So it had a 90-degree deflection, which meant that since the tube was a little more sensitive, they didn't have to travel as far. So 90-degree deflection at that time, was a big deal. It did require a little bit more vertical or horizontal power, horizontal output power, but nonetheless, that's okay. And that was its configuration. I do not think, in the search and research that I have done, that there was anything simpler. Does anybody know? Sir? Who?
Horizontal oscillator. Once you go one, you then use the oscillator, is a horizontal output tube. That's the oscillator.
I'm sorry?
Once and several others.
Yeah.
Use a horizontal oscillator. They use the output tube for the oscillator. Why didn't they do that?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. Probably in second guess they could have, but didn't for various reasons. They needed, I don't know. And if I were to suggest, it would be a guess. But anyway, to your point, you had a statement.
I'm sorry. The GT001 came out about the same time using the 9QP4 CRT. I haven't done a tube count, my phones did. But would you know, it would have been competition for your set at that point?
Could have been. Don't know.
Series string.
Yeah.
PC board based.
Yeah. What? How many tubes? You see. Well, here was my argument. My argument was the component count, the passive component count on this thing was very low, and so both on active and passive components very low. All right. Here's an interesting thing. Now you have basically two IFs in this thing. And you got to get some gain. The gain bandwidth product is very important. So if you need gain, you got to sacrifice something. So you sacrifice bandwidth. This is the overall IF, by the way, people.
That's nuts.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it gives about 200, a little over 200 lines of revolution, as it were. Not to dwell on this, by the way. Now you think, well, there goes constant luminance. We don't have any constant luminance with respect to frequency on that. So what does this really mean? Well, I'll show you. Here is just a screenshot of a pattern with an NTSC signal associated with it, which is about 200. It starts the alias here at about 200, about 2.5 megahertz. So about 270 lines. All right. So let's put that through this set and see what happens. That's what happens. That's what happens. But you want gain, see? You get the job of picture through. So you set a sacrifice bandwidth. All right, so what's the picture look like? Here's the picture off of that pattern, and then when we force it through the set, that's what you got. All right. Now, there's an interesting phenomenon that occurs with television, of course, and that is you don't need a lot of bandwidth to get a good motion picture. After all, television is motion picture type of thing, right? So let's see what an actual. Let's see if we can make this video work. See if you can turn on the video. Yeah, there you go. Well, try it again. Oh well, no, it doesn't work. Okay. All righty. If you saw that, you'd have seen a very good picture, but it would have been lots of motion. Try it. No, that doesn't work for whatever reason. All right. Take my word for it. Okay. That didn't load. Okay. All righty. So there we go. Any answers? Sir.
So you mentioned you replaced this. First off, 13 tubes. So you were correct, as I suspected. RC beat out the competition and managed to make a smaller, lighter second power transformer. But you said you replaced the selenium rectifier. Did you have to use a drop-in resistor? And if so, what value? No, they work fine with. Okay.
Nope. Maybe I should have. I don't know. I didn't. Played fine.
Was sales poor on this keyboard?
What was the sales poor? Well, here's the way you got to look at that. All right. When we designed a television set, you look at it as when the payback cost will be. All right. Generally, you can pay it back in about 4 years. You got to keep a chassis design in with minimal changes for about 4 years, and that's when it starts to pay itself back. All right. Otherwise, you just keep the money moving, and that's fine. This thing never would pay itself back. And the reason is because of the labor cost of a hand-built system. All right? Okay? Yes, sir.
Just one thing, and that reminds me of some of the viewfinders that were put in some of the cameras in the mid-50s, maybe a TK41A, and also the black and white unit.
Yes, sir.
Could they have copied that design when they made this set for consumer?
They could have. Two problems.
Yeah.
Two problems. One problem was that the deflection angle was a lot narrower, so that would have to be that long. If you take a look at those monitor tubes, yeah, that's right. In order to get good linearity across the face. All right. And the other one was they require a lot more video drive power than this week.
And also, I thought I had seen photographs of the Disneyland in Tomorrowland. They had that home of the future. I'm pretty sure, if you look at some of the advertising, I think they had one of those sitting on the kitchen table.
Probably did.
Disneyland.
We tried our best to promote it, even give it away. All right. So, anyway, any other questions? Sir?
If you realign the IF, you can get a genuine flat 1.5 megahertz on the top, and it looks real good.
No doubt. If you could get enough contrast, you'd trade off gain to do that. Yes, sir. Okay. I'm getting hooked, so I'm sorry, sir.
No, it's fine. Say goodbye. Thank you.
Good night.
Making a few adjustments to the program. Mike Molnar is coming up next to tell you a whole story about a guy I kind of heard of, and he's just so famous or not famous in the history of radio around New York City, New Jersey, and so on. I'm not going to spoil the whole surprise. I'm going to let Mike come up here and do this. He's been producing this year an article for the AWA Review, a few PowerPoint presentations for radio clubs. This year, Mike is preparing 50 items from his collection to be placed on a display at the New Jersey Museum. It's part of a 2-year display. Mike is also kept busy at Diagnostic Services, a nuclear medicine equipment company he started 35 years ago. But now you're going to hear a different story, a little bit of broadcast history here, radio history. Come on up. Oh, we're going to do a microphone thing, okay. Is that PowerPoint flicker around somewhere?
It's right here.
Oh, it's on. There we go. Okay.
That's good. Oh, got it. There we go. Thank you. And there we are. There we are. It's okay for me to? Yeah. Okay. So this is Jack R. Popley, the engineer. And the reason is because that's his picture from 1947. His family called up the Antique Wireless Association to contribute a lot of his papers. You can see on the side there, he kept these amazing scrapbooks of almost all of his time here, from the 1930s till he moved on in the 1950s. And once I started looking at these, I just said, I've got to find out some more about this. And also, the family donated to the museum a Jenkins radio visor, model 201. That's a picture of it, had the receiver on the bottom. And I had never seen one of these before either. I started to investigate some more about that. It had this tag on it. First television receiver presented to J.R. Popley, September 1926 by Dr. Dumont. Some of those things didn't make much sense to me, especially right off the bat when on the other tag from the factory below, it's serial number 511, which makes its first receiver seem a little unlikely.
Are we able to turn the overhead lights on?
Yeah. Is there a brightness on the projector that? Someone went out. I don't know if that's what they're doing. But the picture on the right there is actually the top of one of those scrapbooks that says television 1930, I think it was 8 to 1945. So you knew there was going to be a lot of neat stuff in there. And he was involved with the earliest of radio stations, facsimile transmission, first FM station in New York, pre-war television, president of Television Broadcasters Association, started 2 TV stations. And all of this, and I never heard of this guy. So I keep saying to myself, I've got to keep after this. So that's when the idea of the PowerPoint came up. And he was born in 1898. Some of this I was able to find on the internet. It wasn't really in the scrapbooks. And actually his daughter's now in her 90s, and I was able to talk to her for a while too. Built an amateur station at age 12, so that would have been in 1910. And by age 15, the road to adventure for many a young boy was to go to the Marconi Radio School. And as a graduate of the Marconi Radio School, you would end up as a ship's operator at one of the Marconi stations on board a ship, and that's what he did. And then during World War II, he did something in conjunction with the Navy in transporting materials up and down the East Coast. At the same time, a Bamberger's radio store in Newark, New Jersey, was conducting classes because radio was just starting to happen, and all of these young boys that wanted to get into the business were taking radio classes at the Bamberger's school. And then Bamberger's opened a radio store, and Popoli was one of the first employees there. After the war, he got out, was looking for work, and tried to find something in radio. And in 1922, except for ships and commercial stations, there wasn't too much other work. So he got on with Bamberger's. And during that time, the management came to him and said, you know, we could sell a lot more radios if we have a radio station, so there's something in Newark that people could listen to. It was the same thing KDKA went through with Westinghouse. So that became kind of a mode of operation. And he was given the job of building the radio station, and did so, and that's a picture of the department store in Newark with the antennas on the top. And he also became the operator of the radio station. That's the wrong way. So this is him actually on the, I can't see it too well, he's on the telephone in the store. And in the back of the store would be the radio station. So that's WOR's first studio. And back in the studio, they had instruments set up in a quiet room with a microphone. Then they, as radio was booming, they took short time that they got into a bigger transmitter, and these are their antennas that were moved into Kearney, New Jersey, with 65-foot masts. That area in the New Jersey Meadowlands is antenna city. Every station in New York had their antennas there. And also, Popoli, wanting to be on top of things, was one of the first to do a test broadcast of radio pictures that would be sent right to the home that was using that Cooley system. And this is the actual picture receiver that was set up as a demonstration in the department store, so that if you bought this system and you were latched onto a broadcast that was going to send a picture, they would announce that for the next 2 minutes, we'll be sending a picture. You'd get squeals and squeaks over the radio. But if you had a receiver, you moved your speaker line onto this system. And on the far right, on a roll of paper, it would print out a picture of the performers for that program. You'd still, if you wanted to keep it for a long time, you had to take that photo paper and run it through a developer fixer kind of mix. But they were the first at WOR to send the test broadcast. And even though they didn't stick with the Cooley system, that didn't last very long. They did get into, this was an announcement that they were going to be doing facsimile transmissions as kind of a subscription service if you had a Crosley Rito. This is their announcement that they were going to be broadcasting every night. And these, in these scrapbooks were actually samples of some of the earlier tests they did to send these newspapers overnight to people. And you could see on both sides that if there was any heavy static, the thing just went crazy. And in a thunderstorm, you could lose 5 feet of paper. It would just start smearing and printing stuff out. And then by 1939, they had a sample. They were getting their act together a little better and being able to continue the daily service. Then they switched to the what's called the Finch System, which is a little more sophisticated than the Crosley. So we went from the Cooley system to the Crosley to the Finch system, and they also had permission to do these in the evening on shortwave, which gave them some greater bandwidth, and then they now were allowed a larger printout, and quality pictures they were able to send with their little newspaper every night. Then in the early 1930s, plans were made to take WOR from 5,000 watts to 50,000 watts. And this was a clear channel station. So to take best advantage of that, Popoli contacted engineers just down the road from where he lived at Bell Labs to develop a directional antenna system. And the results of this research were published in the Proceedings of the IRE in 1936. And what he ended up with was 2 towers, 790 feet apart, and you could see the array of ground wires there. The ground wires were all number 10 wires, 600 feet long, which added up to 169,000 feet of number 10 wire. But what he did, by cleverly replacing the location of the station in Carteret, New Jersey, they were able to direct one side towards New York City, the other side towards Philadelphia. And the other sides that they had the weakest output would go towards rural areas and towards the ocean. So they got it into operation in March 4th, 1935, I think that is. And the end result, this was a field test to get the actual pattern that they were putting out. And in 2 years, with that increased listenership, their revenue went from 385,000 to 1.7 million. So you have to hope you at least got a good raise out of that. So he was also an early proponent of FM broadcasting. And he would often be quoted, this was him in one of the New York papers, saying that FM is on its way. These are, in the collection, there is actually permits to start construction on the FM transmitter. So this would be a pre-war setup at the original frequencies. And this is a sales booklet from REL, which was making transmitters, and you can see on the list the first, and with the X in the name there, the experimental station. So with the top one being Major Armstrong's own station in Alpine. Armstrong's friend Runyon had a station in Yonkers, and WOR down there on the bottom, Bamberger's Broadcasting Service. So if you're going to have the big announcement first day on the air, who do you want to have at the controls but Major Armstrong himself? He came in to get the station going, and there's Popoli on the left-hand side and the president of WOR on the right. And he became a spokesperson for FM and helped other stations get set up by publishing different articles in the trade magazines at the time. He was a founder and original president, I believe, of the FM Broadcasters Association. Major Armstrong, who was certainly very proud of his system and doing a patent battle with RCA over RCA finding a way with a different detector scheme to get around Armstrong's patent, set Armstrong off to war. He contacted all of his license holders and advised them what companies to use for the best true FM reception. And at the end of his letter, this is the actual letter to Popoli that was in the collection there, said which manufacturers for different receivers and held his patent rights and would build the best equipment. Stay away from that RCA company. And Armstrong, also in this collection, was letters to the public that Armstrong was really strong on this, only buy from people who have the patent rights. In his work with the FM Broadcasters Association, they fought hard to not have the frequency change after World War II. So he was publishing articles and things, basically saying how badly the industry would be hurt. People would have to throw out their radios and buy new ones. And there's still some of those pre-war FM band radio around, but right after the war, they switched police frequencies to that area. But he was also there, right after this period, they were starting test broadcasts of TV. And since he was a prospective station owner, he was notified by RCA when they would be doing test broadcasts so that they could keep up. And so they were on RCA's list to know everything that's going on because they were planning to build a station. And he was also keeping up on what was going on in the industry. This is from a newspaper clipping he had there showing, I think it's 621s that they're on an assembly line. And he kept up with how many other stations were coming on the air. As they were going on, there were already 56 stations around the country. And he also kept an eye on what was the TV schedules for the times. And you could see down the bottom, the television schedules for New York City in 1948 was Howdy Doody, a children's show, a movie, a baseball game, and pretty much that's about it for all the stations they had in New York. So your TV would be on for, maybe 3 or 4 hours, 5 hours. So then they got in gear. This was in Variety magazine, 1947. They had a $1.4 million budget for 2 stations, one in New York, one in Washington. And they signed their contract with RCA to get a transmitter for the Washington station and GE for a transmitter for New York. This is their news release to the industry about the transmitter's construction starting. They had maps in there of their reception zone for the new station. It's the Hudson River's right in the middle on the left, and that's right across the river from Manhattan. Central Park would be right. That's that dark rectangle. So they were going to cover the area that you would have seen covered when I was a kid in the New York area. Get out to western New Jersey, you were in a real fringe area. And this is one of the announcements he had in there that WOR and WOIC in Washington were going on the air. And on the right is, he saved his pass to get into the convention to see all the TV equipment, J. Popoli, WOR TV. This was the announcement that was in the paper of their first broadcast day. And for all the preparations they did, they had good picture but no audio for this first 6 minutes. And that's an enlargement of the picture that was down below. It's, I don't know if you can see it in here, but that crew was just looking at temporary monitors sitting across the table. There was no real control room or anything going on yet. This is he had in the book there the week's broadcast schedule from that period. And some of the things that people would get to watch was from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., the FCC experimental material test pattern. The second day, operational training. Third day, we're back to the test pattern. Fourth day, we're into something from Columbia University. And by the end of the week, they had a Dodgers-Philly game, it looks like. But as time went on, they were expanding their broadcasting. There was a list of the programs they were doing for that week. And each day, WOR's schedule on that looks like all the New York stations combined from just a few years before. And that they were carrying the World Series. He also had in the collection there RCA's letter to TV owners that if you had a service contract on your RCA TV, they would come out to your house to make sure you could get WOR on channel 9 because it might not be the tuner might not be calibrated or what have you. And I think there was a charge that said somewhere of $9.95 or $9.75. So when you only have 3 or 4 stations, you add one on, I guess you want to be sure you're going to get it. This is the announcement as they move to a little bit bigger studio. And since they were planning to go on the air right during the battles over broadcasting in color, CBS was trying to lure him into their fold, and he was always being invited to different previews and demonstrations of says high definition, full color for the CBS invitation. And there were a number of things in there, promotional material showing these wonder sets that CBS was going to be building. And not to be left out, RCA was always inviting him to demonstrations of color sets in, down at RCA Labs in Princeton. This, they even gave him the train schedule to get there. At the same time, Alan Dumont was not thrilled with any changes to color, and he had sent out brochures to people in Popolli's position saying, let's stick with black and white that we know about. And even the press had some fun with it. If I can get to where I can read it, they say, let's see. Current jest in the trade is that CBS has color but won't show it to anybody. NBC doesn't have it, but will be happy to show it to you at any time. And there's some correspondence he had from other people in the business, and this from another engineer to JRP. I still take my television in chocolate and black and white. I hate strawberry, lemon, orange, cherry, and lime, I guess it is. So it looked like the people in the know were going to certainly stick with black and white in 46. So let's take a look at some of the pictures that I was able to take of the Jenkins radio visor that was at the museum. Should we still need to try to turn out the lights or something? Are you able to see it? It's okay. So it comes with its own receiver on the bottom. And again, it's got the tag from Alan Dumont. So it raised the questions on this plaque. Certainly, is it the first television? Could it have been presented in 1926? And what connection does Alan Dumont have with Popolli and the Jenkins Company? All right. Back up again. Okay. That's good. So it certainly can't be the first television receiver. The only argument you could make is a lot of mechanical sets didn't include a receiver at all, just the wheel. So you can make an argument about a receiver. But from what it said about being presented in 1926, from ads we could find, that wasn't even manufactured at that time. So then the next question is there a connection between Popolli and Dumont? And there were a number of connections between them. They were actually both young radio operators on ships, and they shared one assignment together. They were shipmates for a while. And as president of the Television Broadcasters Association, Popolli was a proponent for many of the same issues that Alan Dumont had for getting early TV on the air. And he was interested in it through his association with the FM broadcasters. One thing I found out that I wasn't aware of before, that WOR claimed that their first program was in July of 1943, which didn't make sense because they didn't have their station on the air until 49. And what had happened was Dumont was struggling to man his station to be on the air for pre-war broadcasts, and he was only able to broadcast one night a week because the people operating the station had to drive, where the people working overtime at the lab in New Jersey had to drive into New York, operate the station at night, and get home to go to work the next day. So Popolli had this idea of wanting to train his own staff, so he made an arrangement with Dumont that they would program one night a week, and his crew can get experience in television. So basically they helped each other out in this situation. And that was the statement that was in the collection from the first program, July 13th, 1943. Also, the mutual network was something that Popolli was on the board of directors for. Popolli also headed some experiments in the New York City area where huge apartment buildings would have to have many TVs sharing the same antenna. So they put together, you can see a smattering of different TVs, and then on the wall there is a connection to basically a community antenna system. So and that antenna connection system was something that helped Dumont out a lot selling TVs in the New York area. So there were many connections, and I asked Popley's daughter if they were also personal friends, and she said not to come over to the house and go out to dinner, but if they were at trade meetings or something, they were friends there and would meet up. But what do we know about this this Jenkins 201? It's going to hurt if I can't see it. Okay. You can see it's a scanning drum with a rotating shutter disc. And there's a magnifying glass, a neon lamp, shortwave receiver. And it's a series of 48 holes in 12 columns, each 4 rows high. And that's a standard neon lamp. Later, they had gone to in the 300 series, to this type of a multi-section lamp, but there's no sign that was used in this one. And so light from the neon lamp passes through the individual holes in the wheel and then comes through this shutter disc. And we've had some discussions as to what was the purpose of the disc. And it could be either used for some type of interlacing to reduce flicker, or possibly to help allow for a smaller sized drum by having 4 holes instead of 1 hole in a giant at each position in a giant drum. So I'm hoping over this summer to get back to the museum and let them actually let me try to spin the wheels in it and see if I can get the ratio of how many turns of the drum to the shutter and take some measurements. I was also sent a copy of the instructions for that set, but it doesn't say anything about how it really works. Later, after his work at WR, Popley was appointed to be director of the Voice of America. He held that post until '56. At the AWA Museum, they actually have the control room from one of the transmitters. And that's the plaque. It's actually dedicated to Popley. And at the time, he was in charge of 83 transmitters broadcasting in 43 different languages. So this article was in there in association with him being presented an award. So he had started with WOR as an engineering staff of 1, and then that grew where he was supervising 400 people. And after he passed away, he was very big in the Radio Club of America. They published some very good memorials to him. So, I mean, those are just some of the things. The list of associations and all that he belonged with was just too long to get into, and also American Red Cross, all kinds of charitable things that he was part of. But it really comes to the conclusion that he was the right man. He had the engineering and management skills. He was in the right place, the biggest media market in the world probably at the time. And he was at the right time from the beginning of radio to color television at the station. And I found one thing in there that I thought of, that maybe he kept in his scrapbook just to keep him grounded, a letter from a viewer that to the chief engineer, radio station WOR, New York City, New York. Sir, why don't you get some engineers to fix your WOR TV outfit? Most of the programs are a disgrace, and boy, do they stink. That's it. Thanks a lot. Minutes to spare. Should I do any questions, or anyone have? Yeah. Nothing that I know about.
I wanted to mention also that prior to FM, he was also WOR was one of the stations that broadcast in Apex, what they call Apex AM high fidelity radio frequencies. It was the higher end of the AM band. The FCC had experimented with that, and there's a number of stations.
I'll try the scrapbooks again. For some reason, I didn't see anything about that.
The term higher end of the AM dial, and they were high fidelity, and then the FCC forced those stations to start FM service.
Okay.
And shut down all the
Yeah,
FM
that makes sense.
because of sunspot cycles, it was interfering with the AM, and so those all had to transition over to FM. And so by around 1942, they were all FM.
Yeah.
All the stations were FM.
I'm looking at, there were 38 of those scrapbooks, and some of them were for advertising and stuff, and I only got through some of them, so
There's a site online about Apex AM.
I'll check that out. Thanks. Okay.
Get the microphone off you here.
Oh, yeah.
If I remember the story right, I think I can help you with those call letters. The station originally applied for WAB, but the FCC or whatever it was in the day had just given that to somebody else. The next call letters in line had just been given up by the Orient shipping lines out of the West Coast. Orient. So. Well, you could do a whole afternoon here on call letters. All right. As long as we mentioned television, let's talk about television cameras and our resident expert in television cameras, Ralph Sargent. A little hard to see here. 1964 through 1970. Graduate, North Carolina, UCLA Master's Degree in Motion Pictures, staff support, Theater Arts Department, UCLA, lecturer, UCLA, motion picture production through 1970 at UCLA, 1980 to president of the Los Angeles Theater Organ Society, didn't know that one, founder of Film Technology Company here, out there in California, author, Preserving the Moving Image. But somebody's going to tell us all about how to preserve our television cameras. You know, those big things that are in your living room. Ralph Sargent, please. Oh, and they found out in Hawaii here. This is going to spell whatever it is.
What if this light works?
Cell phone check.
Does the light work?
Oh, we could, there we go.
Great, that's helpful.
And let me make sure that's on. You don't have to do anything. That's for the
Well, jumping right into this, last year we discussed Vladimir Zworykin and the iconoscope. And as you know it, iconoscopes are used for some broadcasts. Can we have the first slide up, please? Okay.
You know any jokes? You can tell some
Oh,
jokes.
right, or do a self-show. There we go. Hang on there, fellas. There you go. Whoa, that has nothing to do with the talk. And I'm supposed to run the slides from here. Is that true? Okay.
Can't hardly hear you.
There we go. Okay.
We can't hear you.
Okay. Is this loud enough or what?
Yes.
Okay. Well, anyways, Zorkin and the iconoscope were discussed last year. And as we know, the iconoscopes were used for broadcasts and some store demonstrations prior to World War II. Throughout the first half, two-thirds of World War II, iconoscopes were used for aerial surveillance and other applications. In the latter one-third of the war, they were replaced by orthicons and later by image orthicons in various applications. Recognizing the enormous sensitivity increase and other desirable technical attributes afforded by image orthicons, David Sarnoff, president of RCA, approved the radio development of studio and location television origination equipment, utilizing IOs for commercial broadcast purposes in anticipation of the conclusion of the war. Very shortly after the signing of the peace agreement between Japan and the U.S., RCA released its first commercial image orthicon equipment package for television broadcast, complete with cameras and their physical support studio equipment, which included sync generators, switching gear, signal and picture monitors, audio equipment, microwave relay equipment, and on-the-air transmitters for broadcasts to home. In other words, a complete package from one supplier. Interestingly, the earliest cameras were not sold with electronic viewfinders, but had optical framing devices which were replaced with electronic viewfinders when the factory finally delivered them 6 months later. Look at the top of this camera and you'll see what I mean. The two black circles are the temporary optical viewfinder. Just to set things in perspective, one camera chain alone cost the then equivalent amount of a 4-person single-family home. And think of what was previously illustrated, a complete package of field equipment equaled in 1940s dollars, perhaps more than $50,000, enough to buy a small subdivision. And back to the single chain. A typical RCA camera chain included 3 major pieces. Total weight, not including lenses, cables, and other accessories, 188 pounds per camera. Now, other vendors such as Dumont and GE, which sold Dumont equipment prior to making their own image orthicon cameras, broke the camera into more pieces than RCA. But the fundamental requirements of the camera viewfinder, CCU, and power supply remain the same. For laughs, check the fine prints on this, in this tag made by Alan B. Dumont under the GE label. Now, the RCA camera weighed 65 pounds and its separate yet required electronic viewfinder was an additional 35 pounds. This camera control unit, or otherwise called a CCU, commonly called a CCU, weighed in at 65 pounds. The power supply furnished the required equipment at 58 pounds. Now, this is the camera. The camera part sides are up, covered, but of course the viewfinder is open. You can see what was in there. In addition to the I/O tube, the camera utilized 16 tubes and an additional 13 tubes in the viewfinder, including the viewfinder CRT. The following parts are distributed between the camera and the viewfinder: 86 capacitors, 196 resistors, 4 transformers, many pots and switches, 2 yokes, one for the I/O and the other for the CRT and the viewfinder, miscellaneous parts and doodads, perhaps 100 plus other parts. The exact count cannot be specified because RCA's continuing policy to constantly update equipment owners with fixes and circuit upgrades to their equipment throughout the equipment's supported life. This is the camera control unit, and the following parts count applies. It uses 31 plus tubes plus 2 CRTs, one for a 7-inch picture for picture monitoring, and one 3-inch for waveform monitoring. The following parts are in addition to the aforementioned tubes: 68 capacitors, 203 resistors, 5 connectors, 13 transformers plus, I mean plus meaning indefinite numbers, pots and switches plus, 33 plus sockets, yokes, and miscellaneous, lots of plus. As stated earlier, the exact parts count cannot be specified, once again, because of RCA's policies regarding updating equipment. Now, this is the power supply. It contains 13 major capacitors, 50 resistors, assorted switches, transformers, coils, and 16 tubes plus miscellaneous parts. It outputs 950 milliamperes of regulated DC current at any voltage between 270 and 290 volts, and typically set at 285. In addition, the unit furnishes an unregulated output at 360 volts voltage DC, a centering current supply, and a 60 to 80 milliamp supply for current of the image orthicon focus coil, typically set at 75 milliamps. The input voltage is measured on the front panel meter and is selectable between 98 and 129 volts, and it can run off of 50 or 60 cycles. This is a handheld meter, and it was supplied to check the power supply's various output voltages. All in all, a single TK10/TK30 camera chain pulls approximately 10 amperes at 120 volts AC. It's best if you've had some prior knowledge in the use of this equipment and or are friends with somebody who has and is willing to advise you. This is in terms of re-rolling and using this equipment. Otherwise, you have to do your homework by reading as much as you possibly can on the operation of this equipment, both physical and electronic. Acquire the technical manuals for the camera chain and support equipment and commit them to memory. Know where to find important information fast. Have a relationship with good support people who fall into the following categories: precision machining, video and general electronic signal analysis, wide-ranging suppliers of both electronic and mechanical parts. Know your U.S. Treasury Office. Be prepared to spend money. Some things can surprise you if you aren't steeled for the surprise. An example is the cost of wire, and more of this later. As previously stated, this equipment is heavy. Install a winch in your workshop to do the heavy lifting. A couple of physical lifts of just the camera and viewfinder will convince you of the wisdom of this advice. There we go. Start buying image orthicon tubes. They cost anywhere from $50 to $200 a piece or more on eBay, and you'll have to buy at least 20 or more before you'll find one that will do the job. Considering they haven't been made since the 1970s, the original cost was more than $1,200 each in the 1940s and 50s, which at the time was the price of a fine automobile. And for this reason, most of them were used until they no longer fit to produce broadcast quality pictures. If you've got to hunt for one, that still has some life. Build a library of technical books which touch on this topic. We'll have questions that don't pop up in the RCA documentation. Keep informed. Be prepared to replace external parts such as lifting handles at the cost of $25 a piece and latches. They come from several rather superb companies in New England. The TK30s you'll see in my pictures came to me in a bilious green latex house color and required a full strip and redo to replace the original colors. Gray for the CBS camera and reddish brown and silver for the ABC camera. The CCU and power supply had to be repainted with black wrinkle finish, and be prepared to buy a case of black wrinkle paint from Rust-Oleum. You can't buy just single cans. Now, don't be afraid to add handles to the front and rear of the CCU and power supply. This makes it much easier to tote these units around either by yourself or with the help of a friend. Also, indulge in a lot of small dollies from Harbor Freight to roll things around. They're cheaper than future back surgery. Be aware that simply rebuilding the camera chain isn't the end of the investment. You'll need good studio tripods and dollies or rear sets to move the camera around, including cables and connectors to hook up the various parts of the chain, including the main camera to CCU cable, which, depending upon your imagination, may be from 50 to 1,000 feet long, and lenses, external waveform monitors, sync generators, audio gear, and video recorders, and whatever else your heart desires, including lighting equipment. And the sky's the limit. Don't chicken out. You can do it. All it takes is guts, will, and money. And where to start? First, determine what you're most comfortable doing. Replacing capacitors, resistors, or wire. In my case, I started with capacitors, just like everybody else in this room probably. It's important to realize that most or all of the capacitors should be replaced without question. Many of them will have failed or will fail or have already. When fired up after years of non-use, this includes the canned oil-filled variety. I found that modern plastic caps can successfully be used to replace the previous oil-filled and canned caps. And it's more safe to replace them not doing this at all. On top of that, modern oil-filled caps are very expensive. An example is the 1500 volt I/O cap used in video decoupling from the head-end tube. And today, that particular cap costs $150. Now, but a good quality plastic cap may be well less than $10 and does just as good a job. An exception to this dogmatic approach to caps are micas. Generally, they retain their electrical values well, but still should be measured with a quality capacitance meter and, if defective, replaced. Caps, which are 2 or 3 multi-section oil cans, can easily be replaced or built up using multi-caps and screw-mounted solder-style terminal strips to tie them together, and then remounted on the existing screw holes. You'll see this later in my section on rebuilding TK31s. Incidentally, this type of multi-section cap will throw off my estimate of total capacitors by a significant margin, underlined significant. Take this into account when ordering. Now, generally speaking, RCA used 1 watt resistors throughout their chains. Where the wattage differs will be obvious, and it's also clearly stated in the parts list and on the schematics. Modern resistors are physically smaller than those made in the 1940s and 50s and may confuse the restorer. If in doubt, check the schematic or parts list. It usually is not necessary to do the wholesale replacements of the resistors. Careful examination will be your best guide as to what to suspect and what to skip. Signs of burning, damaged leads, or cracks are immediately suspect, and if in doubt, change them. Wire-wound resistors are relatively uncommon in this equipment, but where found, check them carefully and use your best judgment regarding their replacement. Be suspicious of wire-wound resistors wiring, that is, the wire leads that are, what are you going to say? It's not soldered, but they're arced, welded onto the resistor. Sometimes those leads for those resistors may become detached from the resistor itself or the terminal to which it should be attached, and would obviously replace those. Now, anyone who's worked in old electronic equipment knows full well how wire and its insulation can deteriorate. This is especially true in early television equipment, which encounters seriously high voltages. Now, early versions of the TK10 and 30 may have very different wiring than compared to later iterations. Observe and assess the wire in your specific camera chains and carefully change suspect wire in which you have no trust. Let's start with the most obvious areas. Braided cloth covered insulation is an immediate indicator for suspicion. It's frequently found in high voltage cages feeding either the viewfinder CRT, the I/O itself, the CCU kinescope tube or various places throughout the power supply. If you find it, don't trust it. Most especially if the insulation and wire inside is stiff and cracking. It's time to junk it. Replace it with, now get this written down, students, with all your pens and pencils, to alpha wire 39X2220/9A. This wire is extremely flexible and is rated at 20,000 volts, yet it's only 0.125 inches thick, far smaller than that conventionally found in these cameras and or similar year TV receivers. It isn't cheap, and you must buy a 100-foot roll at the amazing price of $2 a foot. As an aside, I've seen very few early TK30s which used cotton-braided covered over rubber insulated wire used at much lower voltages than mentioned above, such as 285 volts or even filament heating applications. You should raise a warning flag, such as you should check for cracking under the covering, which could lead to arcing. This too should be replaced with modern wire appropriate to the circuit involved. The cameras which come with the field truck in the room next to the auction area we were in this morning have this suspicious type of wiring. The wire in those cameras is especially suspicious, underline. Now, the TK10/30s, the 10 is the studio version and the 30 is the field version. The CC did not use a flyback transformer style high voltage circuit to supply the picture tube, which is a 7CP4 with second anode voltage of approximately 6 kilovolts. Instead, they designed a single transformer, which is noted as T12 in the schematics, which went from 120 volts AC directly to 6 kilovolts AC in the secondary in one jump. In addition, that transformer also had isolated secondary windings for the 6H6, which is V9 oscilloscope DC center. And for some unexplained reason, there is an additional unused winding which of 6.3 volts AC. Go figure. In any case, the HV output leads of the transformer have extremely thick insulation, which may show cracking near the severe bends they must make going immediately from the transformer to its associated components. It's this cracking, which as I suspect was short-circuiting, that occurs to the transformer and causing a complete failure of it. Now, other wiring into and out of this transformer may also be responsible for the above failure. In any case, these transformers are of immediate concern to the potential buyer of a chain, a television camera chain of this vintage, and should be a point of suspicion during the initial consideration, price negotiation, and purchase of the equipment. It's also true that the functions of this transformer and its associated components may be replaced by an experienced restorer who can design, build, and install a modern RF substitute for same. In any case, if you have a TK10 or 30 CC, which has an intact T12 transformer, check all of the leads from the transformers to their ultimate destination for cracking and install shrink tubing at all such points. It's better to be safe than sorry, and more on this later. These equipments use a seemingly endless amount of hookup wire to tie circuits together. With the exceptions mentioned previously, the wiring is most likely good and reliable. The one area of which to be suspicious are the loosely laid connecting cables to the image amplifier tube. There are two areas to check. The cable to the main tail end socket of the tube, which you see here, and the rest which feed to the neck pins near the target cathode end of the tube. These sections are a combination of thin wires, high voltage wires, and shielded signal cable. And any one of these can break if manhandled or aged. Be careful when inserting the I/O and attaching the tail end connector. If a break occurs in the main tail end connector, treat this repair with respect. It's very difficult to open the connector itself and probably makes more sense to attempt to do the repair by resoldering the connection directly from the rear of the connector when it is removed from the I/O. Use an iron such as a Wello temperature controlled small tipped iron and carefully reattach the wire speedily. If necessary, get help holding the I/O cable coil assembly, as this cannot be removed from the camera as in later models such as the 11 or 31. Take your time, do it right. Depending upon the vintage of the K1030 camera, the cable of the I/O may go directly to the components which electrically or electronically support the tube functions, or in extremely rare cases, they may be an intervening Cinch-Jones barrier strip, which might make it possible the removal of the cable and I/O coils, but rare. In any case, it's helpful to remember as much lacing as is reachable to make the fix. This is up to you. Gauge the possibilities of causing more harm than good by doing this. Also replace the lacing sparingly with gently pulled up tie wraps or lacing cord or 8-inch flat lacing tape. The cable must remain extremely flexible. Okay, I'm going to move on with it now. Never handle or place an image orthicon with the photocathode end face down or less than 20-degree angle to the floor. Never insert the tube in the camera with the power on, or you'll be in for a nasty surprise if you do. Before inserting an image orthicon into the camera, make sure that the shoulder pins are straight and all are true 90 degrees to the shoulder. And look at this from all directions. Do not attempt to insert a tube which seems to be fighting you during the insertion process. Examine the tube carefully for any obvious flaws and proper index orientation. Also check that there are no interfering objects in the sockets. Remember that the I/O retaining ring at the front of the tube contains a thermostatic sensor to regulate the functioning of the cooling blower. Treat it with care and make sure that the contacts are free from finger oil or grease. Keep the blower motor routine oiled for continued operation. Also clean the air filter if it's dirty. If you use the camera a lot, keep the I/O give the I/O a rest every month or so and swap it out with an alternate I/O if you have one. You'll get more life out of both tubes this way. Always keep your unused resting tubes in opaque black bags and store them in air-conditioned rooms with the sockets pointed down and the lights off. Keep an hour's log for each tube with notations on picture quality and what, if any, tendency that they have to burn in stationary images. And what I've concentrated on, while I've concentrated on reworking the camera in the viewfinder, all of the previous applies to the remaining equipment, the CCU and power supply. And this represents only a few hundred more components, just a pittance. The following are things to look for. This is the schematic for the T12 Transformer, which I previously mentioned. The notice leads 4 and 5, they go nowhere as far as the camera is concerned. All others have an active destination. The arrow is pointing to the, pardon my saying it this way, the ass end of the T12 Transformer. Wiring here, as you can see, is very congested. I've already discussed the crucial need to inspect and prove that the correct operation of the transformer is encountered. This probably means making the lead, marking the leads and pulling the transformer from the chassis and then going through and checking it. If you are already confirmed with a bad transformer and can find a replacement, when you get the replacement, you have to go through each pair of windings and double check that they are going to produce the voltages that you would anticipate them to do. And that's clearly nailed down in the schematic. Now, this is a shot, of course, of the CRT for viewfinding and for the oscilloscope on the bottom. And surprisingly, both of the picture tubes on this camera and in the CCU were in good working order. The oscilloscope tube also worked perfectly. So you have you'll see this was not the case in the 31 chain. Check all of the tubes throughout the whole chain for correct operation with a known high-quality tube test. And take your time and check all factors normally encountered in this. obviously replace any clunkers or anything that you don't trust. And remember that this equipment takes a lot of physical abuse, and it's not unusual to just get damaged to that. Reworking, this is the power supply, and reworking the power supply is exceptionally straightforward. Check the tubes and replace as needed, and probably replace all tubes with matching ID numbers. And moving further, I'm trying to speed this up. Automatically replace all electrolytic cans and standard capacitors with modern, smaller units, but don't bury the new capacitors inside the old cans. Doing so is a useless waste of time, as additional failures may occur, and you need to be able to get at these things quick. Check all resistors and look for off value, cracked or suspect items. The higher wattage resistors should be immediately suspect, and in our case, I just simply replaced them all. Don't take any chances, change them. This is the main AC input relay with the modern, which I replaced with a modern contactor, as you see, with both legs of the switch unit operating in parallel to provide substantial capacity. Think big. I've been buying the following contactor from places that, such as Grangers, that sell them, and this one is a Dayton 12UTR8. A definite purpose contactor. Now, this unit, of course, has a very large blower and filter system, and it should be taken apart, cleaned, etc., and treated with great respect because it's important for the life of the gear. Now, it goes to say that after 60 or 70 years, the equipment we've been discussing has literally been through the wars. It would be extremely rare to find any that do not have some sort of physical damage. You have to tackle this damage as you would repair a very fine automobile. Other things are, be prepared to replace those handles, as I said earlier. They're available from the East Coast for about 25 bucks a pop. And in doing that, you may want to remove, in preparation for repaint, is move the designation labels, such as in this case, the declaration of power supply. Remove them, set them aside after cleaning and spraying them with clear paint. And then bondo any holes you're going to cover up, and then do the repaint job. You mask the chassis both inside and out so you can't get spray into the wiring areas. And the paint can be stripped using ordinary paint stripper and then removed and washed and rinsed and as instructed on the stripper can. Using Rust-Oleum's wrinkle finish black, we spray all sides, tops and bottoms, but be careful to follow instructions. The paint, like I said earlier, is roughly $40 a case, and you can't buy a single can alone. You typically do this sort of thing outdoors. And then clean the working panel's front panel and wash the knobs, repaint the white stripe, and reassemble to pre-existing condition. And then this is when all the parts have been rebuilt and tested. This is the assembly and cabling. Odds are very good when you get this gear that somehow or magically these cables have all evaporated, and you will need them to make this thing work. And this goes for every aspect of that. The wire itself can be acquired from cable surplus stores, but the Canon connectors will have to be ordered from companies who cater to professional electronics people. And just the connectors will bring in somewhere around $250. Be prepared. And bear in mind that the camera cable you may actually be made up of individual coaxes plus single or multiple multi-conductor cables of the appropriate gauge. And the length of these cables can be anywhere up to 1,000 feet, depending upon your ego and the intended use. And most people will not be covering football or baseball games, so you probably go to the lower end of the cost. Now, odds are against your wish to acquire, refurbish, and bring up to safe operating conditions either an original sync generator, monitor, or switching unit. You should buy instead of that, you should buy Working Tektronix modern sync equipment, waveform monitors, and test equipment. There are other certain modifications which I will jump at this point. Whoops, did I go too far? Additional, okay. Now, there's no way to get around the absolute fact that you must try all of these parts at once. And the only safe way to do it is using a suitable variac or similar device. The minimum requirement is a 10 amp variac. It wouldn't hurt to have an extra pair of eyeballs around when you try to get this going. And you start by inserting a shunt around the AC contactor so that you can watch the circuit operation from 0 input voltage on up through the first 40 volts, because otherwise this contactor won't pull in. So you've got to watch the DC values right from the 0 AC input on up, gently going. Watch the current meter like a hawk and pause frequently so that you can see what's happening with the tubes throughout the chain as they start to conduct and do their job. Also, I've skipped the plate current meter here. I don't think I had that there. Watching the plate current meter, which I mentioned earlier, which is attached to the power supply, as it begins to register DC voltage and focus current as you bring it up. If all is well, proceed to correct operating voltage in current conditions, but stop immediately and find and fix the problem if there is anything out of order, and be on the lookout for smoke, which of course is your enemy and dead giveaway of error. That is the plate current meter that we were just talking about. And you use this meter to you check every single tube and what the conducting conditions are and so forth, and to see that the tubes are doing their job within reason. Right, okay. I'm trying to speed this up. Okay, and then follow the instructions in the technical manual about the methods, whys, and wherefore therein, and regarding standard startup. Obviously, you should have read this beforehand and know what to expect. And if you have somebody who knows TK10s or 30s and can peer over your shoulder as you do this, it will help you save throwing up in a bucket. Let's say if something goes wrong. Note that there are differences in the settings for IOs requiring different handlings of target, beam, and other settings. And this is especially true with tubes such as 5820s and 5820As, and for example, 4415s and 8775s. But there are, in a broadcast sense, there are maybe a good 20 or more different types of IOs that you may come across. So you have to really know where you're going with this. And the trick with this is to commit to memory important background on what you expect of the equipment and what to do in case there are problems. Now, I'm going to take just a very fast run through the TK31s because as far as the process of doing this, it's very similar. Okay, this jumped these things. Now here's the 31. Now, just as a quick summary of this camera, this group of cameras represents a quantum leap in the sophistication and refinement of both the mechanics and electronics compared to the 10s and 30s. And they also incorporated, quote unquote, miniature tubes such as 12AT7s and 12AU7s, etc. Now, this is the back panel of the camera, and I can jump part of that. Here's looking at the camera with the viewfinder removed, and that is the image orthicon yoke under that vertical panel. And once again, the ass end of the IO and the focus mechanism that's from the TK31. This is a removable preamp, which is not the case in the TK30. And that makes it possible to set this up as a bench setup as opposed to having it in the camera. Here's another big change that was made, lifting handles. This may seem idiotic to you, but the fact is it's heavy, and there was no provision on 10s and 30s for really conveniently marching these things around. They finally solved that by putting these handles on. Takes two people to lift one of those. Here's the lens turret. This was redesigned to support heavy lenses and to guarantee repeatable and non-slip indexing of the lenses. These turrets are not interchangeable with TK10 or 30 turrets. The focus mechanism on the 31 is far superior to that of the 30. It's elegant and simple and reliable, and it has no backlash. The detachable viewfinder is completely redesigned with a 7-inch CRT, and that's a hell of a lot better than the 5-inch that was on the 30. Here's the viewfinder, which opens up like an accordion and is excellent from an accessibility standpoint. 19 tubes and 19 tubes in the camera part, 18 tubes in the viewfinder. And here's the left side of the camera. This is all sweep circuitry. And here's the preamp side. And here's the viewfinder flipped open. And here's the other opposite side of it. And here's the viewfinder where, once again, so you can see all the parts and doodads. And we're talking about a lot of parts. Now, back to this shot. While working on your needed parts list, make sure you not only count what you see on each side of the camera, but also remove the I/O yoke, and which you can do here because it is removable, and check what you see. Now, I want to walk over here, so you may not, obviously you aren't going to hear me off the microphone, but this looks like a capacitor, but it's in fact is 3 capacitors on top of each other. This is replacing a triple oil-filled can. And on this side, there was exactly the same thing. So, and there are lots of those in the center I/O section. So you can't just let it skid by. Almost done. Oh, okay. Okay, well, I'll have to jump over all of this. You go through all of the, let me just see where we are. This is the CCU. That's where the high voltage is. And we'll jump. You can see there's a lot of parts been replaced. That's the front panel. Here we go again, same deal. Now, once again, this is where a lot of cans have been replaced. Now, here's one thing that I need to be specific about. Breaks occur where all of these wires fold, and you have to keep your eyes open for breaks in all the jump lines that go. There are about 25 or 30 on each side. One more quick thing. These rings that you see have a tendency to break loose from those tube sockets, and since this is high voltage, they can arc like crazy. They have to be inspected and repaired. Now, I'm going to jump that. Sorry. Now, these cameras for a generation were always used as props in shots. This is a shot from a 2-page spread in the Hollywood Reporter of not too long ago. And of course, it says 30 actors who were scene stealers, but the real scene stealers in this shot are the cameras. Yeah. So take it for what it's worth. These are the cameras who did the first 20 years of television before color took over. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
You're welcome.
Oh, microphone. And there. And Ralph has a few parts out of my donor camera. Okay, it's break time. We're going to do a tight 10 minutes. 10 minutes, that will give you 10 minutes worth of time to dig into your wallet, write a check, pull out a credit card, help the foundation. Let's go driveway. We got to get it. some estate planning and helping out the ETF in those things. And Dave Zika, New Jersey Club, longtime photog for us here, inveterate collector, will tell us all about it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, we had all of our feel-good presentations. Now I'm going to get into the part where I tell you, you're all going to die. Okay. So here we go. It's going to be a whole lot of fun here. Okay. So actual conversation. Where will your collection end up? Well, my collection's going to end up in a museum. Does it say so in your will? I don't have a will. Well, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Your collection will probably not end up in a museum. Your charity's not going to inherit. Your best friend's not going to inherit. It might, but your stuff might also get sold off and it might end up in a dumpster. Your collection can end up in a museum, but only if you give it to the museum while you are still alive, and the museum accepts it. And the museum will usually want money, too, to take care of the collection. They want to have it endowed. The museum will also reserve the right to and the power to sell and disperse your collection as circumstances change. You might care because you're going to be gone. But you might want to leave your family to benefit of the considerable investment that you made in your collection. You might want to make sure that your stuff goes to good homes. At the very least, you're not going to want your collection to become a burden. So it might be painful to realize this, but only you really love your collection. Everybody else, it's going to be a big burden unless you take the trouble to deal with it ahead of time. But you can make sure that it's not a burden. If you think about selling your collection while you can, put the money to use as a museum donation. It seems harsh, but that might be a good option for a lot of people. If it seems like a lot of work to sell your collection, well, you're right. It is a lot of work. And that's why anybody you would want to manage your collection after you die is not likely to do it well. Deaccession now. If you think that some of the items you have are so valuable, see if you can get a museum to buy them. They're probably not going to. Worst case, your assets can be consumed paying for the probate process after you're gone, at the end of which there is nothing left to distribute. I have personally seen this happen with one of my best friends. You can't make this stuff up. It's real. Next slide.
Give it a try.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Next slide, next slide. So what is estate planning anyway? Okay, estate planning is basically boils down to figuring out what you want to do with your assets after your death. Your assets after your death is your estate. It's a whole bunch of things. It's making your wishes known about end-of-life medical care, deciding who should inherit your assets, owning your assets in such a way that they can be transferred without a whole bunch of rigmarole, providing it for your family members, blah, blah, blah. Next slide, please. This presentation is not going to concern itself with estate planning, and it's not going to tell you about how to write a will. It's going to tell you about how to deal with your collection. Slide 5. We do include a primer on the basic estate planning. We have information on the early television website. It's in its initial stages. It's going to continue to get fleshed out, but there's some good information there. You can take it and run with it. You can find out about writing a will yourself, having an attorney help you write a will, blah, blah, blah. We're just talking about your collection, basically identifying and inventorying your stuff. Next slide. The presentation will concern itself with the specific issues related to estate planning as related to your collection. This is not as esoteric a subject as originally expected. Dealing with the distribution of a collection is something that people have had to deal with for a long time. But it can be challenging for a number of reasons. And the reasons might be that, we're back to where we were, back on slide 7. Okay. The people that you have dealing with your stuff after you're not here may not know what the heck it is. How many people experience that? And like, what is all that stuff you got? They're not going to know. They may not be local. We just had a thing where somebody had to fly in from many states away and had 2 days to deal with a collection of hundreds and thousands of items. It did not go well. And your executor may not have enough time or energy to deal with the hundreds or thousands of items in a large collection. Onward. It can be overwhelming. This is estate sales that I have had some personal experience with, and these weren't necessarily even the worst ones. leaving a large collection with no will instructing what it is and what can be done almost guarantees that the people who end up having to deal with it don't have the time, the interest, or the information necessary to deal with it responsibly as you would have liked them to do. So your family or the court might end up hiring a junk dealer to just sell off your stuff. I know this because my sister and I did with our parents' antiques when they passed away. Guilty. Next slide. The result is that without proper planning, you can end up with a whole bunch of none of which are really optimal. You can sell this stuff off at a fire, as again, you're not going to be, so you may not care, but they're going to have to sell this stuff off as a fire sale. You can have the vultures come in, cherry pick, and leave them with 99.9% of the stuff, which is worth about 2% of what your stuff was worth originally. They're not going to know what the values are. They may have people come in and take advantage of them. And again, if you're trying to leave any of this for them to have them realize the value that you've invested in it through your lifetime, that would not be good. How much stuff have we seen where it ends up getting mildewy or moldy or flooded, or the piles of stuff collapse and everything's broken on the floor? We were walking around on broken glass a few weeks ago. We looked down and, oh, that used to be brass-based tipped 01As. It was a mess. It was just horrible stuff, and it happens all the time. I've seen it, and again, you can't make it up. It's real. Worst case, your estate can be frozen if you die without a will, and while it's frozen in probate, it can sit, and the court will determine who your proper heirs are. Until they do, nothing can be disposed of, and your stuff is just going to sit there and it's going to rot. If you've got a rented storage unit, you're going to stop paying the rent because you're not around anymore. Nobody's going to know what's going on. It's going to get sold off to those people on TV. You live in an apartment, your landlord's not going to be getting the rent. Stuff's going to get either sold off or it's going to get thrown into a dumpster. Again, I've seen it. Good stuff, large collections of things, disappeared, gone. Next slide. So you might think, okay, hey, the local antique radio club can help me out. Well, I'm in the local antique radio club, and guess what? We've done it a lot of times, and we try to help out. The family might decide to sell all the stuff off on their own. We've seen that happen. We've had many situations where the club manages an auction for the family, 50-50 split or whatever. And we've had plenty of situations where people come in and say, hey, we'll just donate this stuff to the club and get it into the hands of people who want it. That's all great when it works out. Next slide, please. But the club may not be able to help out, and we have been in many situations where this does not work out. Again, it takes time, it takes money, it takes storage space, it takes manpower. Clubs can get overwhelmed too. We got hundreds of members, we got lots and lots of square feet, and some people have so much stuff that we look at it and we say, we can't deal with this. We can't help you. Sorry, you're on your own. Even though we'd like to. Next one, please. The solution. Okay, this is the important stuff here. The solution. First of all, you got to write a will. You got to know what you got. You got to inventory it. How many people have their collection inventoried? That's one. That's one more than I expected to see hands go up. Okay. You got to inventory your stuff. It's like anything else. I mean, you got to do it, or everything else is for naught. The important thing is here, and again, I learned this by collaborating with an attorney on this and doing some internet research. This is the part that is not esoteric. You got to have a will, but what you got to have with your will is something called a separate writing or a personal property memorandum. This is something that is part of your will, but it is not physically part of your will. And the reason you want to keep it separate, it's just an inventory. It could be some pencil writing scratched out on a sheet of paper, or I'm going to show you some log sheets that we've put together for you to use. You can update, you can change your personal property memorandum as often as you want, and you don't have to have your will redrawn by an attorney each time. You just reference it in the will, say, I got this personal property memorandum, and you change it, you update it, you correct it, whatever, and you've got everything done. Next slide. This is the absolute important key, the things that I didn't know before. Now, how do you do that? You can write it on a sheet of paper, you can use our inventory program. A really, really good way to do this, it's a little messy, but it's easy to do, and it's very detailed, is take pictures or take a video. Everybody's got video on their phone now. It's easy. Just walk around, take pictures of your stuff with the video camera, and talk about it. Now you have a record of it. You can do a better job of it, but you got it done that way, and that's what you need. If you're going to do a formal inventory and you're going to do an exhaustive, detailed recording of your information, use inventory tags. Next slide, please. The basic estate planning instructions are included in the information that we have posted on the early television website. We've got specific instructions regarding inventories, inventory of collectibles. We've got a kit, if you'd like. You can go to any office supply store and buy this stuff, but we have some stuff that we've invested in. We put together these little kits. They look like engineering samples. They're not very fancy or whatever, but you'd be surprised how expensive these damn tags are at the office supply store. So I bought a bunch of them, and we've got them all kind of pre-filled out so that you can take them and run with them. All that information is on the website. You can make your own. Inventory sheets, you can print it out from the Early Television website. Inventory tags you can get from us, or you can get from the office supply store. And we put together an online spreadsheet. You can, the same sheet, you could actually fill out in pencil and then send it to us, or you can fill it out right online. And the advantage of using the online spreadsheet is you can put a little bit.ly URL on your tag, which I put together a little program here. And now, again, you're not around, they get your will, nobody knows where anything is. You got this funny old TV sitting here, well, it's got a tag on it. And the tag has a URL on it. And if somebody types that URL into the computer, they come to your whole inventory online that's stored privately, uniquely to you, on the Early Television website. So that might be useful to some people. That might be helpful. We've got that available to you. I think we figured out the cost of these things is going to be under like $5. So, you give Early Television Museum $5, you get this little kit of stuff, and off you go. Or again, you can do it yourself, entirely yourself with the Staples supplies. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the inventory sheet. If you go on the Early Television website, you'll find, next slide. There's a URL, which all this information will be on the website. You don't have to remember it. You don't have to write it down. Can we get to the next one? Okay. And it's got columns there to record the name and the manufacturer and the model and more information that you probably need. And because it's online, it's updatable. We can decide to update them in the future. You can modify, you can update this one if you want. This will be your own personal online spreadsheet. Nobody else has access to this. Nobody else can see it. It's unique to you after it's been assigned to you. Next slide, please. Okay, inventory tags. Did a little bit of research. Museums like to use inventory tags. You should use inventory tags too. Don't put stickers on your stuff, because next month, next year, certainly 10 or 20 years from now, those stickers are either going to fall off or they are going to harden and leave damaging residue on your priceless possessions and your other possessions. Use these little paper tags with string on them and find some place to tie them onto your stuff. That's the way to do it, folks. It seems primitive, but that is absolutely the best way to inventory your stuff. Next slide, please. Okay. This is a sample that I did. I just wrote this up. And again, you can do it any way you want. Our system here, which we made for you, is set up item number, the name of the thing, and a URL to direct you or whoever finds this stuff after your executor is looking around trying to figure out what the hell is this guy doing here. Next slide, please. Okay, this is an example. This particular URL is my spreadsheet. You would have one that is completely unique to you. Next slide, please. Okay, other information that we include in the online information on earlytelevision.org. What to do in terms of getting your estate appraised. There can be important reasons why you want to get your stuff appraised. We're not going to talk about that. You can go find that out. That's standard estate planning stuff. Wills, you got to have a will. You can do it yourself. You can have an attorney help you. We're not going to talk to you about that. Go deal with it yourself. Care of your will, where to keep it, how to keep it updated, so on and so forth. Probating your will just means putting it into effect after you're gone. What happens? How does that process work? It doesn't have to be a nightmare, apparently, contrary to what a lot of people believe. And what comes next after you probate the will? Next slide, please. So, what do you think comes next? Next slide. There could be huge tax implications if you have a collection that's worth anything significant. So again, stay on top of this stuff to try to protect your heirs. Next slide. And there's all kinds of other stuff, guardianships, trusts. We give you information on inventory tips. Next. There's some hints on how to inventory your collection. Other people have invented these wheels. Don't reinvent the wheels. There's a lot of stuff out there to help you out. Insuring your collection. This is a big thing that many of us, don't have, haven't taken care of. It could be important for you. And a lot of people are starting to use QR codes, both to identify their information and also to. We're actually thinking of working QR codes into this online management system. This online management system that we're presenting here. Next slide. Okay, so in conclusion, as you probably heard them say many times, he who dies with the most toys wins. Next. But we did not say it would be a good prize. Next slide. Thank you.
I do know that this software will automatically reject the words projection set. Moving right along here. George the Master working his way towards the stage. Looks like he's picking up a few props over there. We're going to get a little speech on the contributions of the Bendix radio division to television. It's a big prop. Where it's going out the front. Is it coming around this way, George?
Here I am.
No, there we are. Come on up. Going that way.
Okay, do we have a clicker?
We have a clicker right here. Are you going to be walking away from the podium, or are you just going to stay right here?
I'll try to stay here.
Okay, we'll just leave this microphone here.
All right.
Let's hear about Bendix television. Yeah, I'm going to keep a clock going down here. We're trying to keep these to 30.
Yes,
we need to load up George's.
Yeah, I've got it up on the other computer. I'm trying to figure out which folder he wants me to go with first. We have 3 folders on here. Bendix slideshow?
No.
I'll go back to the folder. Go back up to the disk. Go back up to E. Go to early television presentation. Always say that. Go to one called Final.
Okay, let's see. Advance. Point your way, or which way do I go to get it to advance? Okay, so I got interested in Bendix because I was just looking on the web and there's a Bendix Radio Foundation. So I decided to look into it to see if they had anything on television. They've made a few televisions over the years. So I contacted the Baltimore Museum of Industry and they said, well, we don't have anything on Bendix television. He says, right here on your website, you got a list of projects with show television. They said, we can't find anything. I said, can I come up and talk to your people? And they said, sure, come on up. So I went up there and there were like 8 of their history group from Bendix Radio Foundation waiting for me, and we had a great time. There are right about that many who regularly attend every Thursday, and a little office in an old warehouse in a not very good part of Baltimore where they store things for the museum, but they have a little room in there where they have the complete archives of Bendix Radio Company from Baltimore area. So they gave me the whole lowdown. They recommended this book, which I bought, which was, it gives a lot of information on it, and I'll go through some things about their company. So they started in '32 with this gentleman here in the picture named Lawrence Hyland, and he got tired of people mispronouncing his name, so he said, call me Pat, which was a nickname. And he had a radio company in Washington, D.C. in the 1930s, and he did a lot of specialty projects. He got associated with the Naval Research Laboratory, who would ask him from time to time to do particular things for them. And so in '36, Bendix Corporation bought his company, and that turned it into the Bendix Radio division of Bendix Aviation. And they were in 1937 in Baltimore, and they had a factory or organization in an old carburetor factory from General Motors up in the Baltimore area. And then they did some work for the continued doing projects for Naval Research Lab and other people. And 42, they were really going strong on things for World War II. And by 1982, Bendix was absorbed by the Allied Corporation in a big corporate takeover thing you can read about, but that was kind of the end of Bendix radio division per se. But through those years, they just did an awful lot of things. That's the building they built up in Towson, Maryland around the beginning of World War II. An interesting thing about Mr. Hyland, he was quite a good engineer, but as well, he was a very good manager, and he was part of the corporate structure of Bendix Radio when they took over his company, became part of that structure. But about 1954, he got into some kind of difficulties with the other folks there in management. He left the Bendix Corporation. But the interesting thing about him was, and it's not really related to television, but he was selected personally by Howard Hughes to manage the entire Hughes aircraft empire. And so that's what the book is subtitled down here, The Man Selected by Howard Hughes to Run Hughes Aircraft. And he did that until 1983 when General Motors bought Hughes Aircraft, and he retired at that time. This is Brian Bellinger sent me some information that he had gotten on Bendix Radio. During World War II, they just, as you can see, just all kinds of things they were working on. They really expanded rapidly, worked on all kinds of radar detection, communication systems in World War II. One of the interesting things, some of you may, if you dealt with surplus a long time ago, World War II surplus as I did, you may have run across something called an SCR 522. In the late 30s, the Naval Research Lab approached Hyland and said, the British need some help with this radio for their airplanes, and the war's coming on here and starting with them, and they need some help. So the Hyland's organization took on to redesign a British radio. They codenamed it George, and it turned out that was later called, the Americanized version was called an SCR 522, you can see in that American plane. But they used this telegram in an advertisement for their company because the airplane that sighted the Bismarck used that radio that was redesigned by Hyland's organization. They redesigned it and then built about 1,000 units and shipped them back to England, and they were plug compatible with the British radio, so it could just take out the British one, put the Americanized one in, and the British were very happy about this, saying, congratulations to accept our, what does it say there? They're just thanking the Bendix engineers who had built that radio for how well it worked and was involved in doing the sighting of the Bismarck. So just something, they built about 1,000 of those radios, they told me, or actually more than that, as I understand. And they were sold to the UK prior to us, US being involved in the war. So they were sold as commercial radios to the British rather than get in trouble about it. Some of the other things they did during World War II, you see many, many airplanes with the Bendix radio compass built into it. There's a picture of their lab, and some of you may be familiar with the old LM-221. They built gazillions of these frequency meters and other instrumentation. Lots and lots of radars that they made. So they had a just tremendous experience in all types of video systems, wideband IF strips, transmitters and receivers at all power ranges and all frequency ranges. So they developed a tremendous amount of expertise. So from one of the history books on Maryland, it said towards the end of the war, or after the war, the company set up an assembly line for production of commercial radios, and the research department announced satisfactory progress towards the perfection of color television. Well, that's interesting. What did they do? Well, they made a lot of radios, that's for sure. They made over 8 million car radios. Here's a transistor one. They even built a transistor factory to build their own transistors to put in all the products they were building. They started building commercial televisions. This model is in the museum. I don't know if you have any of the later ones in the museum, but they built televisions from about 48 to 1956. In 56, they just stopped, and that was the end of Bendix in that business area. But they did produce a number of them. I don't have any sales numbers, and they're not, you know, the big name of RCA and Zenith and the others, but they did produce quite a few sets. These are some pictures that they gave me from the television production area. This, here's a lady riveting the tube sockets into the chassis. There's the factory that they built in the early 40s. They tell me the televisions were produced down in this area, and then they loaded them onto the freight cars that pulled up off of this siding here. Here's the assembly line, and I was kind of interested in this lady right here, obviously the inspector, and you notice in her hand, it looks like she's got a pair of side cutters in her hand there, and she probably knows, what do you want to bet, she knows every part in that television set, and if somebody sticks a cap in the wrong way or the wrong value, she's there to rip it out and have you put the right one in, you know. And then here they are on a moving assembly line aligning the old 10-inch models. So one of the other things they did with television was Harry Truman decided the day before he was supposed to leave for the 1952 political convention, he wanted to watch the television convention. He wanted to watch the convention on television on his airplane. So they had to try, they contacted Bendix, the Bendix chief engineer of TV, helped them get a television mounted on the airplane. They had to get an inverter to run it. They were trying to figure out how they're going to put an antenna on the airplane for this. And the pilot was not pleased about having to put some kind of antenna on there. And they found out that Capital Airlines had already done something like that before, but they weren't sure what it was. And anyway, this talks about how they're riding in the truck and one just driving somewhere to get the look for parts, and the truck driver said, "Oh, you want the television antenna? That's in the basement of my house." They threw it away, and so they took the antenna that Capital Airlines had used for something else to have a TV on a plane, put it on Harry Truman's plane, and then he was able to watch the conventions. He could watch his departure from the airport in Washington, and he could watch his landing in Chicago on television, and he believes he's the first president to ever do that. And there was the model of TV they put on the plane. There's Harry Truman's plane, the Independence, that's over in the Dayton Museum. I don't know where they put the TV. I was actually in there a couple of days ago and looked around in the airplane, and I don't know where you'd put a TV, but they must have found some place to stash it. But anyway, that was their little adventure of getting an airplane television set working for Harry Truman. So in Billboard magazine, for example, and other magazines we'll look at here, here's a comment of a new color video receiver by Bendix Aviation Corporation. They talked about how it was demonstrated. Bendix's corporate office was actually in Rockefeller Center, but they had a little press conference up there where they had shown a color television in the Bendix corporate office. And obviously it was a CBS system. This is in December of '46. Here's another article that says, new Bendix color television to be shown. The video jumbos prepare for FCC battle. And it says the jumbos are straining at the leash for the hearing for color standards, which is in December. Now, some of the other magazines at that time talked about who was involved in doing this work for color. And it mentions here that Federal Telephone and Radio, Bendix, and Westinghouse were building things for development of UHF color television. So we know Federal Telephone built this transmitter for CBS, so 400 megahertz, and Westinghouse did the pickup system, the dissector and film projector and the transmission equipment. So what did Bendix do? So anyway, we've got those two guys accounted for, and here's the Westinghouse system. This picture's on the museum website. This is a sketch that was in Television Magazine from 1947, and it shows this rack of stuff, not a picture, but unfortunately, but it shows the depiction of the other equipment that went along with that film scanner that CBS was using to transmit the pictures through that UHF transmitter that was shown. It used an image dissector, and some people have mentioned that dissectors take a little light, and I guess that's so because they've got a theater arc lamp as a light source on this thing. I don't know if that's probably good for 5 or 6 kilowatts or something. So at any rate, then what did Bendix do? Well, some of the other things that are clues in Electronics magazine, everybody knows Donald Fink was really the guy who chronicled so much of color television through the years. And so this was for the hearing that was going to be held in New York City and in Princeton. And so here they're saying that Bendix and CBS showed receivers of identical design, and the RCA had their mixed high system they were showing. Obviously, that was done at the Princeton. And so here's this receiver, and here's some other receivers with this hearing. Then in another magazine, there's a better shot of those receivers in the room. This was another magazine that was talking about the hearings that had occurred in late December of 46. And so there's a television here that I didn't recognize. These look to me like conventional direct view black and white sets of some kind. So this is kind of the mystery set. So is that the Carl Bendix receiver there? Maybe. Here we have a receiver that's being inspected by Alan Dumont and Elmer Engstrom and Dr. Goldmark, and no name on it, and they don't really say, but could that be the Bendix receiver? So Goldmark described the transmissions and said Bendix and General Electric are now making receivers for CBS. So we know the GE one is real. That's in this museum, I think, in Scotland, and it's pictures, good pictures, and so forth on the museum's website about the General Electric spinning disc receiver. Here's another statement that was in another magazine that said Bendix Radio and Westinghouse are licensed under CBS patents to manufacture UHF color transmitters and associated equipment. This is one I hadn't run in before. Maybe some of you know. It says Zenith testified they had completed a dozen sets, and that Bendix Aviation stated they had an order for 50 receivers from CBS. So here we go. Here's the CBS prototype from 46. Here's the GE that's depicted on the website, shown in detail on the museum's website. And here's this third set. And so I'm going to assert that I think that's the Bendix color receiver that was built. Maybe only one ever built or shown, but at least now I think there are 3 sets that were provided. So this was the Bendix. This one that we're that's back to us is I think the GE, looking at the pictures and comparing it to what that looks like. So those were the sets shown. And so did Bendix build 50 more for CBS? I don't think so. But at any rate, because the FCC refused to make a decision at the end of this hearing. They just said, we're going to table the issue. We don't think things have progressed enough in color television. We're not going to make a decision on the CBS who wants to go with this color standard. Now, I think, if CBS having approached somebody like Bendix says, oh, you want something that receives UHF, 400 megahertz, wide video bandwidth, television. Yeah, we can do that. We know how to build all those pieces, and could have built this with the technology they certainly had accumulated from all their radar and other systems that they had built. Mr. Dumont, Dr. Dumont, did not have a good opinion of the CBS demos. He said after a 6-year high-pressure campaign to foist on the industry and the public an inherently defective system of color television draws to a conclusion. He said the CBS system is unscientific. It would set television back in its sheer amateurish. I wish he would just say how he felt about it. So not very impressive to Dumont. So, and then Mr. Hyland comes back into the picture because according to his biography book, and there's a little thing here we'll go through, but he had been briefed that there was this controversy that the FCC was equally divided. And it sounds like from the book that he was convinced by his people that we should go with the electronic system and not this mechanical one. So he decided to go over and visit a pal of his. He's very well connected in the government, to see Captain Webster. So he went over, according to the book, and talked to Captain Webster, and Webster says, no, I'm going with the CBS system. Thank you very much. And he was kind of despondent. He's walking down the hall, and he noticed a name on the door of this lady, Frida Hyland. Not Frida Hyland, Frida Hennock. And at any rate, he said, oh, my friend. So he went in to see her and talked to her about this decision. And he said, well, you know, when I was a kid, when the Boston newspaper put color onto the comics and things, I think the educational value went way up when they went to color. And she said, that's right. I never thought of that. Education, that's the purpose of television, should be added here. And I hadn't really considered it. So she's being swayed by Highland to vote for the electronic system, according to the biography. Now, I looked in the records to see what happened, and it really, I couldn't find anything about the 46 decision. Like I said, they tabled it, but she said this was the first report, and this was her comments by Frieda Hennock, and this is really on the 1950 decision, not the 46 decision, but nevertheless, she said that the potentials for education, improvement of education, is important to her, and so I feel that the final decision should be postponed until 51 here we're talking about with that CBS decision, and she thinks that that if there's no improvements in the electronic system, then yes, sure, vote would be for the mechanical, but in the meantime, she was pushing forward with her concept on the electronic system. And then in Christopher Sterling's book, he talks about that she and one other, in 1950, she and George Sterling dissented on the CBS color system, and she believed it was really just going to benefit CBS and disadvantage the consumers. And we know the story there. But again, so it looks like Frieda Hennock was probably influenced by Highland and his discussions with her. So there's this little piece where they had gotten together to talk about color and where it should go. And as we know, as the CBS was adopted in any event, but she had dissented on that. And so that was kind of interesting input from Highland. This is the Bendix list that was on the website, and it caught my eye, and there's I don't know how many projects in that, but I went through the spreadsheet, and the ones that caught my eye were these ones on color TV. So clearly they were working on that color TV project in 46, and then again in 51, and here it was Mr. Olenberg and Mr. Miller were involved in this, and then there was another effort in 52, and then they don't list any more color projects after that. There was a statement in their Bendix Radio newsletter that, do this without falling off and still hear me, there was a public demonstration by RCA, so there's Mr. Miller and Mr. Olney went apparently to Washington, D.C. to look at this, and then it also discusses here that they took another model of their set, drove up to the Teterboro Airport, and picked up some broadcasts from WCBS. Again, this was in January 51 when the CBS standard was still being broadcast at some amount. And so they're still looking at this, and their statement was that they thought the RCA tube was better now, but it's not clear how far they really were going with that. One of the engineers in the group there told me that when he was a EE student at John Hopkins about this 1952 time, the Bendix people brought a tricolor set into the engineering department and showed it to them and demonstrated that. So it seems logical that Bendix was working on a tricolor set in that 1952 project set that they were working on and would have been trying to prototype something for color, but there's no evidence that they ever really produced any color sets or really went very strongly into prototypes on that. As far as history on the TVs, the Bendix guys say, look, when they stopped building televisions in 1956, they just literally dumped everything associated with TV. So their files are really empty in terms of what these projects exactly entailed. They have the employee newsletters and they have some other things, but as far as the consumer TV, they really just don't have anything that's remaining in the archives of Bendix. But one of the other things they got into doing was television cameras, and this book, Surface at the Pole, talks about this submarine, which was the first one to surface under the Arctic ice. And So this was a camera system that Bendix built for the Navy. The I/O is in this big structure here. I don't know whether this is all tube or some solid state or what the nature of it was, but this was built as a low light level camera system to go on this submarine called the Skate. And so let's see, this is kind of a interesting thing where the Bendix built this system, and the Bendix engineer, a man named Mr. B.A. Bach, B-A-Q-U-E, he was the television engineer. He was on the submarine installing the television system. He's talking here about how in the newsletter that he was just needed to get the captain to come through the checkoff list and verify it, and he's going to be on his way back home. But they came in and told him, no, you're not leaving. You're staying on the submarine. We're going to be gone for 6 weeks. There'll be no contact with the outside world. And Bendix didn't know where he was. His wife didn't know where he was. He just vanished. And so the deal was they were on this top secret mission to go up and surface under the ice, which they did in March of 1959. And so then in the newsletter, they show the submarine operating position where they had the video camera. They were using the camera to look for the thin ice, to see the light through the surface of the ice, to look for places to go through. And here's that camera mounted again on the top of the submarine near that hatch. And then here's Mr. Bach, who is very happy to be back on the ground after being shanghaied on this trip. And they tell me he was just a wonderful person. He was actually one of their best corporate historians, but unfortunately he passed away some months ago, and unfortunately we couldn't talk to him. But at any rate, he had quite an adventure with his submarine camera, again an I/O camera that they had built for the Navy. Here's some other views of a camera they built called a BX7. BX just means Bendix, and it was a Model 7, and this was from '63. I don't know any more about that one. This was a transistor sync generator, which was kind of interesting for that era of cameras. Not too many people building transistor sync generators then. Here was another view of a camera control unit, which looks like a little different model of that BX7 image orthicon camera. Here's another view of the 7. You can see inside. Looks like up here there might be a couple of tubes, but I understand most everything in this is solid state. And the camera head as well. They did have schematics of the Bendix cameras on microfiche. I didn't bring any pictures of that. It was hard to get a good image of them. They didn't really have a good facility for getting images off. They later produced the one called the BX8. They are now starting to push this towards broadcasters, and they talk in this advertisement about how the ABC has used it, and it's been used in portable applications. Let's see, I think this shows a little viewfinder on this one. This one does not. This was actually, and this is a different CCU, looks like, on the BX8. This lady was one of their marketing people who took this out for these publicity shots of the camera to show it. Then they did market it, and they did sell some to ABC. Jay Ballard found this photo for me in a book of a cameraman getting some shots, and apparently it was, used around ABC to get some different angles. Here it's being shown at the finish line of the Olympics in Innsbruck in 1964, and there's the cable. Incidentally, this thing was designed to have 1,000-foot length on the camera head. Some interesting things they did. They ran the video down as a balanced pair rather than a coax, and the other thing was kind of interesting. Looking at the schematic, the horizontal sweep circuit is a single SCR and a damper diode, and apparently they got good linearity out of that. I'd never seen another television camera use that single SCR trick, and I know people in the RCA XL100 and such used SCRs in the late 60s, but this circuitry was pretty straightforward and, did the job, I guess. So that was ABC at the Olympics. Here was another shot of that BX8 camera at the Olympics. Let's see, the last thing I'll talk about that they mentioned in their television work
And this was demoed, the historians tell me, about 1963. This was an array. Bendix had developed a little thin tube that was an electron multiplier, and they were using them for various purposes in scientific equipment and other things, but they actually put enough of them together to make an imager. They have no other information on this, but one of the engineers there said that he witnessed in their lab, they set up, they had a room, total darkness, they set the chart up, they had the Channeltron imager focused at it, they lit a cigarette and illuminated the test pattern with a lit cigarette, and then they went to the next room and saw the test pattern, you know, on the screen. So it was just a prototype, apparently very low light level camera that they had developed. That's another picture of an individual element of a Channeltron. This was an article I found on the web where it had been used for some type of laser receiver in a 16 by 16 array. And there's another view of a Channeltron that was used in some kind of spectral analysis system. So that's what we've got with Bendix. Unfortunately, the material doesn't exist anymore to really tell us a lot about what they were doing with color, but they certainly did produce black and white sets. They certainly did produce a 1946 color set that seems pretty clear, was documented, and who knows what happened to it, but it did make its mark back in '46. This is some of the folks that are on that group of Bendix radio historians who work up there in the off-site warehouse of Baltimore Museum of Industry. So I'm really grateful to them for taking the time to spend with me and help me put this together and dig through their files and show what we can. Is there any questions? Sir?
George, any idea what type of image orthicon was used?
I didn't look in the parts list. You know, I could have, but I just didn't look. It is probably in the microfiche files because they seem to have complete documentation on the camera, but I don't know the number. I didn't look for it. Yes.
That ABC Wide World of Sports shot at the Olympics, that could have been the forerunner of the modern E and G camera, because if you look at the cameras that they had in those days, they were blocky, they had pretty big.
That's right. This is
actually looks more like
it's a solid state. Here we are in 1964 with a all solid state camera and CCU, and very compact and usable. And yes, I agree, because I think RCA is still producing a TK60. You wouldn't be carrying that on your shoulder. Yes, sir.
Viewfinder with that?
Beg your pardon?
Is there any kind of viewfinder with that?
You know, this didn't show a viewfinder, but the picture here looks like they may have something on it. And then, let's see, what was that other picture? Yeah, that looks like a viewfinder. This was in Broadcast Engineering magazine, I think. So it looks like they were.
The guys with it on their shoulder and pointing, that must be kind of just sort of happenstance.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of interesting. I was reading the article on that Orthicon camera, and it said, "Oh, this uses an optical viewfinder, which is better because you can see more of what you're taking a picture of, and then we mark what is going to be on the screen. You know, so the cameraman has a better view of the world. You know, so." Take your money and take your choice. Pay your money and take your choice. But anyway, I suppose that is a little viewfinder, but I didn't see that in the microfiche. Yes.
CBS covers that direct view or projection, or did it use a wheel or a drum?
You mean this? It had to be I don't know whether it was a drum. It looks like you're looking at the 10-inch CRT, right? So the GE had a projection color wheel. You know, it has a cone-shaped color wheel that spins, and I don't know if it's a Schmidt mirror or what, but the GE receiver is a kind of projection set with a spinning cone of color wheel. There's a better picture on the museum website that shows it, but the Bendix one looked to me like it was a direct view 10-inch tube, much like the CBS color receiver with probably a disc spinning. That would be my guess. It doesn't look like a projection set, and I think if you
did other than the GE trick there, like they had done, you would have to have a wheel that would cover the face of the CRT with a particular color. Does that sound right? I don't know, but it looked like, I mean, and also you see how huge that Bendix receiver is. So maybe they had a pretty good sized wheel behind the, you know, behind that face of the cabinet where they're spinning it in front of the CRT. But, you know, just all we've got is that magazine shot. There's no other photos that, well, you know,
They also
it could be.
They tend to look like they're vertical as opposed to landscape.
Just and it's a behemoth set. You know, it's almost as big as the Raytheon, right? So.
The Dumont set at the museum is about that big too.
Beg pardon?
The Dumont set at the museum is about that big too. And I think that's a 10-inch COT, isn't it?
The Dumont.
The Dumont.
Dumont mechanical.
Oh, yeah, yeah. It's not, it might be 10-inch, right? It's not very big because the wheel takes up so much space in the cabinet. I think you can't have a very big CRT. That was, I didn't include it. I was going to include that picture of Dumont and Goldsmith who had that, they took the 30-inch CRT for the Royal Sovereign and then built a color wheel. It was like, I don't know what, it was like 12 feet in diameter or something like that. It took a 3 or 4 horsepower motor to spin it. And that's what happened when you try to put a very big screen on. Yes, sir.
Did people mention any involvement with airborne broadcasting? Because back in the 65 to 67 era, the Navy was testing out of Andrews a modified Lockheed Constellation that had a modified Stratovision.
I could be wrong, but I think that was Westinghouse who was doing that. I think Westinghouse was the Stratovision.
But this was a Navy project.
Oh, I didn't know about that, and I haven't even looked for it. So it could be, but I just hadn't looked for it at that. Okay, well, we'll talk later, and maybe we can find something on it. Anything else? Okay, we're good. All right, thanks very much.
And stage manager. All right, next on the hit parade here. We can start loading that up. Carl is a senior product development engineer with Belden. He works in Belden's research R&D center in Richmond, Indiana, developing new wire and cable products for the broadcast and AV markets. Prior to Belden, Carl worked in the broadcast industry as an engineer focused on television. He is a certified professional broadcast engineer with the SPE. Today, Carl is going to share some of the story of Mrs. Jenkins, an inventor and a visionary, less prominent in history than others of the era, but no less important. Included in his presentation is the story of his work to bring the Jenkins story literally out of the basement of a museum to an international industry event. Carl, are you going to be working over there?
No.
Are you going to stay at the podium or you'll be wandering? Okay, perfect. That takes care of that.
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, here.
Probably that week. Oh, yeah.
All right. All right.
Well, thanks for the introduction.
We've got a clock.
Oh, all right. That should be enough. About an hour should be enough time.
We have to eat dinner.
Anyway, thank you, everybody. Thanks for the honor of being able to present to you, talk to you about Charles Francis Jenkins, kind of a little bit of his history and my involvement with it, and bring to life a history that seems to not be as prominent as other people in the industry. So, my clicker here. So if you remember at the beginning of the movie, It's a Wonderful Life, there's a scene where Jimmy Stewart's on camera and it freezes on him. And the voice says to Clarence, the angel in training, it says, "Remember this face?" Well, remember this face. This is Stephen Lampin. He actually retired from Belden after like about 26 years this past fall. But he's actually still working for us. He couldn't just leave. He's now a consultant with us. But the reason that I'm here talking about Francis Jenkins and the reason these artifacts are here is because of Steve Lampin. Now, the story goes, according to Steve, is back in 1994, he was new with Belden. He was from California, San Francisco, and he was relocated to Richmond, Indiana, which is where I work with Belden. And he, one Saturday, he was touring the sites of Richmond, and he came across the Wayne County Museum. So he goes in, starts looking around, and his interest is drawn to this kind of a shallow glassed-in display with some Jenkins artifacts. And he says, "Oh, what's this?" So he starts talking to the person there and finds out that there's this whole archive of Jenkins items in the museum, and this is just a handful of them sitting here on public display. So that started him on this idea to bring to life, bring to view the Jenkins history, the Jenkins story. And so this is 1994. And he'd had this in his mind and kind of pitched it, and it hadn't really gone anywhere. But that was to change. So when you think about early television, you probably think of names like Baird and Zworykin, I think is how you pronounce them, Farnsworth, but you probably don't hear the name Jenkins too often. Who is Jenkins? Well, Mr. Jenkins lived in the late 1800s, early 1900s. And he was a very visionary, inventive guy. He was part of that era where a lot of these people we hear about with early television, film, and everything were very visionary and working, in a way competing with each other, trying to develop things. So he's born north of Dayton, Ohio, but he grew up in Wayne County, Indiana, which is where Richmond is. He grew up near Fountain City, which was actually years ago was called Newport, but had to change its name eventually because the post office didn't like having two Newports in the same state of Indiana. But it's called Fountain City because of the water level there. Anyway, but he attended Earlham College, which is still in Richmond, Indiana. His parents were Quaker background, wrote several books, but he was really an inventor. He was really visionary. He was also the founder and first president of the SMPE, which is the Society of Motion Picture Engineers. There wasn't television, so there was no T, that was added later. But SMPE started in 1926, and he was the founder and first president. So a little bit about SMPE. This is early television or early film industry, and I was just kind of jumping ahead of his inventiveness. But the reason it was founded is because they needed standards. If you ever talk to anybody who's worked trying to archive old films, from silent era, crank cameras, is one of the challenges is, what shutter speed and how fast was this cranked? And, I talked to an archivist, somebody who works in archiving with the Library of Congress, and, that's one of their challenges. He did graduate. He went to Earlham College after he graduated from high school, but only went a year. But years and years later, he did receive an honorary doctorate degree. I believe this picture must be of him. He doesn't look like he's 18. Yeah, this obviously not his high school graduation. This is, I don't know who all these people are, but Jenkins is in the front on the right. These are just some of the people he worked with. I don't know if these were some of the people in his lab. If the gentleman on the left was his, partner in the film invention. Like a lot of family photographs, beautiful photograph, but nobody bothered to label it, so you don't know who it is. So he has, and the number I saw was 283 patents to his name. What really made him famous was the Fantascope, and I'll talk about what that was, which led him into high-speed photography, facsimile, which was used to send weather maps to ships, paper milk bottle, and then early television, which he called radiovision, etc. So here's an example of one of his early Fantascopes. This appears to not be the original, but one of the earlier ones. On the left, you see a light source. It's a carbon arc lamp. Film gates flipped open there, lens. So basically, light came from the left, through a lens on the lamp, through a film, and that disc type thing you see here in the. There we go. This actually is kind of like a shutter, has open spaces and places where it blocks the light. It was hand cranked, and light came through the film, hit this mirror. When that's flipped up, that 45-degree angle mirror goes through the lens out to a screen out there. So what really made him famous was he developed and invented this Fantascope that would allow motion picture projection. Now, kind of going back, he went to Northern College for a year, and he went out west. He was a very adventurous spirit, so he went out to Washington State, Oregon, and worked in the lumber industry. And he saw all this beautiful scenery, and he thought, man, I wish I could share it, back home, have motion pictures. So it started him thinking about how to do this motion picture thing. So that led him to inventing the Fantascope. And what it did was allowed motion picture to be projected onto a screen, which we have theaters now because of that. And that was something new. Film existed, but it was more of like these things you looked in and cranked and looked at one-on-one. You didn't have the ability to watch it as an audience. There's the nameplate on it, the Fantascope manufacturing company, and even has a patent number on it. Whoop. Oh, that's the wrong button there. Okay. So he invented the Fantascope and did this motion picture projection, and had done a few public demonstrations of it at other locations. But this is actually Main Street, Richmond, Indiana, a modern picture. And this is what was the Jenkins jewelry store. He had a cousin who had a jewelry store. And he used the upstairs, in this upstairs area, set up a demonstration. It was the first public demonstration of motion picture projection in Richmond, Indiana. Now, he showed it, and it was controversial. You know why? Well, first of all, I'll tell you what they showed. They had a film of a lady dancing, and it was controversial because they could see her ankles. So, motion picture movie, it's been controversial from the beginning.
What year was that?
Oh, shoot, I don't remember. The next slide will answer that question. Actually, there's a little plaque there on that building to this day, and it says, get over here where I can read it.
To the memory of C. Francis Jenkins.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Inventor of the original motion picture machine.
Yes, yes.
Though projected the first moving picture, and now it gets a little small.
Yeah, it gets real small. But this was in memory of.
In Richmond, in this building.
Yeah, this was been in the late 1800s when he did this. But then this plaque was put up there. I don't know who put the plaque up there, when it was put up. But it's been there for many decades, as long as I've lived in the Richmond, Indiana area. So, but it was late 1800s. I think around the 1890s, if I recall correctly. So another one of his things, moving, and I'm not sure if the sequence of these things, I think this actually might have been prior to the phanoscope, but he had this vision to send images by radio, and this is actually like a facsimile type machine. So he could send motion picture or weather maps to Navy ships, and the Navy is really interested in this because they could send maps out to the ships by radio. So he had this machine, and it would create these maps. In fact, here's an example of one, and you can kind of see, kind of looks like a weather map with all the lines, and you can kind of see the outline of Florida there, East Coast, and so forth. And then here's a telegram. This is from USS Kittery. It says, first weather map received at sea, intermediate frequency, perfect. And it looks like this was 1927. So this would have been after his motion picture work. But he had a lot of vision. And here's another, this is a letter. And these are things that came out of the Wayne County Historical Museum where these Jenkins artifacts are kept. And this was actually from Eastman Kodak, signed by George Eastman, congratulating him on his accomplishment of sending the weather map. So he was really visionary. He said, we can send weather maps. He said, why don't we send, hey, how about the news? We could send news from one newspaper to another newspaper, by radio, kind of like AP, UPI type wire service type of thing. He envisioned that. He said, why are we sending all these bags of mail around, like the Postal Service does? Why don't we just send them electronically? Kind of sounds like email. But he was really thinking that. He even thought about, well, why do we send films to these theaters? Why don't we just send the images electronically? Which is what a lot of theaters, if not most of them anymore, are doing now. They just send files, digital files, instead of shipping films. So he was way, way, way ahead of his time in that respect with all his ideas. Now, this is an invention. It has nothing to do with television or film or any of that kind of stuff we're interested in, but it's the paper milk bottle. Think of an oatmeal container where you take layers of paper and you kind of spiral wrap on multiple layers and make a cylindrical container. He invented this and the machinery to make it. This was the most successful business venture. He made a lot of money on this. But he wasn't interested in making milk bottles. He wanted to do other things. So he sold this eventually, but this was basically his one invention that actually was a business success during his lifetime. Radio. Okay, now we're going to television. Radiovision, he called it, because people knew what radio was, but they didn't. What's television? Well, call it radiovision. So here's a brochure talking about him actually doing some demonstration and promoting the idea of television. Well, here's an article that says, inventor predicts television in every home in decade. I don't know the date of that, but that was a clipping that came out of the Wayne County Museum. What happened is when he passed away in 1934, his widow, back to the presentation about, making an inventory, all that kind of stuff, perfect. He didn't do that, I'm sure he didn't do that. He had all this stuff and his wife's left with it when he died. Well, she ended up donating it to the Wayne County Historical Museum because Richmond, Indiana, Wayne County, that was kind of his home. So they inherited all this stuff. Didn't know what to do with it. But, here's another clipping of his scrapbook. He kept these scrapbook type things, and that's where a lot of this stuff came from. It says, Jenkins, brilliant future for radio film. Oh, man, he's really ahead of his time. Really ahead of his time. So here we get to what we have here. This is an old photograph from the museum of a Jenkins receiver, JD30 on the left. Looks like a regular radio, which it basically is. It's got the dials, set the frequency, on-off volume, probably some tone controls or some other controls like that, tuning, maybe a fine-tuning control. But it married up with this television display, the R400. Now, this JD30, there's actually one here in the Early Television Museum, and I was reading through the sign on it. It says there are 2 known and existent. I don't know if that includes this one, because this one was in the basement of the Wayne County Museum for decades. So it might have to update that to 3, maybe. But it married with this display, and I have both of these units here. This is an early photograph, and these are the 2 units out of the museum. This is actually how I found the receiver. It's kind of an odd angle because it was literally sitting on the floor in the basement locked storage area of the museum. And it'd been there for decades. Here's the display, also sitting on the floor to it. Power switch, a couple of cords, one's an AC cord, one's an interconnect to the receiver, and there's the display. This little control I call the early horizontal hold control, sync control. And you'll see what that actually does when we flip ahead here. This is a picture of a patent, and this relates to what's actually in the display, a spinning disc with lenses on it, prism lens disc. So he had a lot of drawings and a lot of ideas and a lot of patents going on in his head. So in the display, this is how we make the picture. Here's the motor, and that hold control, this is actually coupled here, so it actually rotated the motor, kind of gonna sync it, get it in the right position. And then there's a lamp. I learned something new today. I call that a crater lamp, but according to the sign on the JD in the museum here, there was an alternate lamp, a flat plate neon lamp, which may be actually what is in there. And I was told it was a crater lamp. And then there's a spinning disc. Little different view here. You can see the light source, the lamp. The light goes through the disc, strikes the mirror, and then hits the backside of the translucent screen where you see the image. Now I counted, and there are actually 60 lenses in that circumference. But also notice how they're not all the same distance, they're not the same radius. It actually is a spiral. So I and I haven't really found any technical details to explain this, but I in my mind, said, well, this is probably what happens. One lens goes by, the lamp creates a line, then the next lens is displaced a little bit, so it makes another line, scans a little bit lower, just like the NTSC analog. Scan a line, move down, scan a line, move down. But this is done mechanically and optically. And there's 60 lenses, so there must have been 60 lines. How about that? 60 lines, yes. Now, another thing, and I found this, my first visit to the Early Television Museum, I was getting ready to leave, and I'd gone through everything, and I thought, hey, I haven't gone into that little room back there off to the side, it's right next to the restroom. So I popped in there, and lo and behold, I found this receiver kit, Radio Vision receiver kit, JK Jenkins Kit 20. Now, all we have is the box here in the museum. We don't have any of the contents, but it does provide some interesting information. Here's the lid, which has a parts list, a picture of the receiver, list of stations, and more parts list. So here you can kind of see the receiver kit. And kind of the backstory on this, and I read in my history reading, study on Jenkins, is that he was gearing up, and these kits were popular. People were buying them, and they couldn't produce them fast enough, and people wanted television. But an interesting thing happened in the late 1920s. Remember 1929? The Depression hit, and it kind of collapsed the whole business right at the time it was getting ready to launch. But in this kit, you can see the parts list. Everything was numbered, condensers, even the wire different types of wire. Then I found this really interesting. It has the list of broadcast stations, call letters. Now, any of you amateur radio operators are familiar with amateur radio, B2. These are like amateur radio call letters, W3XK. I mean, this is similar to what we saw in some of the early radio stations, broadcast stations. First three, of course, are Jenkins. Hey, Jenkins got to list himself first. Wheaton, Maryland, New York, so forth. Different bands, the frequency, and these are all between 2 and 3 megahertz. Shortwave, we're doing shortwave. And interestingly, Purdue University, which is where I got one of my degrees from, West Lafayette, they even had a station. Powers and lines. Oh boy, these are high definition. I mean, this is like 60 lines of resolution. I think if Jenkins could be live today and see one of our UHD television displays, he'd probably faint and says, that's not real, that can't be television, you know. But they did what they could back then, and there was a lot of work. And again, the experimental, these stations weren't allowed to be commercial, they were experimental. But the amateur radio community was involved in this because they were providing, the amateur radio operators would get out there, receive it, provide reports. They were helping to fuel this. Kind of like the early radio development as well. So then back to remember Mr. Lampin? Remember that face? Mr. Lampin, in 2015, he says, next year is the 100-year, the centennial of SMPTE. 100 years. So we're going to have a centennial celebration. So wouldn't this be a great time to bring all this stuff to life and make it into a... So he starts promoting the idea, and I think, man, that sounds exciting, one of those projects you think, man, that's going to be exciting. I'd just love to do this. Now, I still got my day job to do on top of all this, but we dive in. So we're coming up on the 2016 centennial of SMPTE, Hollywood, California, and Lampin's dream. Now, Lampin is the kind of guy, Steve, he just likes to throw out these ideas and let somebody run with it. So it's kind of like cast the vision and you run with it. So I got involved in this. Since I was in Richmond, Indiana, 10 minutes away from the museum, I was the key point man on this project, trying to get it rolling. And as you can imagine, there were always challenges. Now, most of these artifacts were in the basement, like I mentioned. They were in the basement. Nobody had seen them for decades. There was one, the phanoscope that I showed the pictures of earlier, was actually on public display, and there are a few other books and a gavel that he used when he was president of SMPTE, but most of the stuff was hidden. So we're going to bring it out of the basement and put it on the road, so to speak. Belden agreed to do some financing to help fund this, and so we worked with the Wayne County Museum, SMPTE, and start this project rolling ahead. So one of the visions and the needs was a way to ship these products. So Steve and his, people he knows, he travels the world and knows all kinds of people. He said, hey, Whirlwind, they'll make us some cases. So we had to deal with that, the shipping, delays. So I took these 5 artifacts, two of them are here today, put them in a van and drove to Rochester, New York one day and dropped those off at Whirlwind. Met a guy named Kevin, works there, and he says, yeah, we can do this. So he took it, we left him there, I drove back home, and he began working on these cases and ended up producing these wonderful shipping cases. They're actually shipping / display cases, and without the apron on them, you can see like the lid, which actually becomes the base, and you put them on there. So, during one of the presentations, I was thinking, these are actually technically portable this is actually a portable television because the cases have handles. They have now become portable televisions. But we had a lot of challenges, delays. You know, you go into a project like this and you have all this enthusiasm and all these great ideas, like the Phantascope. I could envision we were going to make that thing work. We were going to get some film made to fit that. We were going to, you know, have that thing on display, turn the crank, and people could see the projection. You know, I wanted to build, you know, take some of the schematics that I found in the museum and actually recreate using like some, you know, modern, quote unquote, modern vacuum tubes, some of those, that receiver circuitry, you know, those kind of things. We had to kind of narrow the vision down, you know, what we really need to do. So we get the cases made, the artifacts are in them, they ship to Richmond, Indiana, then we ship them out to Hollywood, California for the SMPTE SMPTE Centennial in October of 2016. And we're out there waiting for the shipment to come in. Now, this is where it gets real interesting. We're on the final stretch. We just need to get these delivered. We set them up in this quote unquote museum. Now play the video. Where'd my guy go? Oh. And this is like the day before we're supposed to open the display. And we have one Now, watch. Do you recognize what this is?
There it is. There it is.
You figured out what this is yet? This is a presidential motorcade going right past the hotel where we were, and that's the Lowe's Hotel, and going to be on the Jimmy Kimmel show that night. And consequently, our delivery guy, this whole area is shut down, can't get through. So here we are, we're up against the President of the United States trying to make this project happen. And we had no idea. This is one of those like way out of the blue, you never think about this happening. So, our final obstacle to get this project completed, at least this phase of it. Anyway, got the video. Oh, there's Lampin right there. Just saw him here together. And this was a long motorcade. But they shut down the whole area for hours, and it just happened to be when our delivery truck was supposed to come. So, thanks to the President, we were delayed today. Let's go back to PowerPoint, finish this up. I got about 2 minutes. Now, coupled with that, a few weeks ago, I was in the bookstore at an airport, and I saw this book. It said, and the title of the book was, "Who Thought This Was a Good Idea?" And it was actually written by one of the staff of the President. And I was just thinking, now, is that what he was thinking that day? You know, is this Jenkins project a good idea? You know, I'm just going to throw a monkey wrench into it. So, all right, so we do get the artifacts, all 5 of the artifacts. Next slide. Sorry, I guess I got the slide here. To the Centennial Museum there. Here's the banner showing the people who contributed to it. And a gentleman named Hugh Livingston did the creative work on this. And he made it out of, very simple metal studs and with spaces to hang items and display our artifacts. This is actually showing a panel, which I've got there, of Mr. Jenkins and his pilot license. We actually have an original of his pilot license in the Wayne County Museum. He's a pilot, owned his own plane, which came in handy when he was flying around doing his work. So, but we got it built, got the artifacts there, got it on display, and it was a success. I threw this in because this is a rare photograph. I mean, this is my boss, Brad, and this was the gala that we had, big banquet gala thing. And this is probably the only time we'll see us dressed up this nice. When we got married, and probably this day, it was the only times we looked that way. So this is a rare photograph, so that's why I threw that in. Then the artifacts went, the cases had to go back to Rochester, to Whirlwind, because they didn't have all the packing material. We had to use temporary packing, all the foam packing. So they went back to Rochester to be finished out. And then they came back to Richmond to the Wayne County Museum, which is where they're normally on display, all 5 of these artifacts. So the beautiful thing about this was, we took 4 of these 5 artifacts never been seen in public until they were displayed at the Centennial. And we brought those out, and they've rearranged some things in the museum, made a displayed area for Jenkins to give him more prominence. And you can see some of these artifacts. So if you ever go to the Wayne County Museum, Richmond, Indiana, you can see that. Thanks. Got to have credits. Got to have television with credits. Early Television Museum, thank you for allowing me to come present and assisting with this. Belden, Steve Lamp, and myself, Brad Pope, Wayne County Historical Museum, Jim Harlan, who retired at the end of April, and his staff, and SMPTE, folks there that helped out with this, Whirlwind for making the cases, Kevin Scully, who's did a great job on them, and then Hugh for his creative work on the display, and of course to Francis Jenkins himself, for doing all the things that he did. If you're interested in more about Jenkins, here's some reference materials. This is a book written by Donald Godfrey. You can see Francis Jenkins. SMPTE created a centennial book about the history, 100 years of SMPTE. This is supposed to have been available in 2016, but they took an extra year, so it came out last year. I did have this kind of about each president of the SMPTE organization through the years, kind of a honor roll of important people in the organization. All right. Any questions?
What degree of restoration was done on the units?
Oh, I was thinking Smithsonian. I mean, we're going to take these things down, and clean everybody, nothing's really been restored on it.
Okay.
I mean,
but they were in pretty good shape as is.
Yeah, they're in pretty good shape. They're basically as they were when we pulled them out of the basement. There really hasn't been any restoration done. You saw the fan scope; it's got rust on it. It'd be wonderful if we had the budget or the ability to take it through restoration. Mainly what we're trying to do now is preserve them. And the next phase is we want to take all the documents and notes that Jenkins has in the museum and digitally archive them, because a lot of them are really old and fragile. Any more questions? Yes?
Have you approached SMPTE and having them cover the cost of doing all that? All the restoration and getting it up and running? Aren't they interested in just helping?
SMPTE comes to us, Belden, and says, would you like to help out with this?
So they want you to do it.
Yes, it works that way. It's not like they have a big fund, they can do that type of thing, but it'd be wonderful if they did. We Belden, put money towards this and helped to make it happen, and others. We're not the only ones who contributed to it. But it would be wonderful if we could do that. Yes?
Is the front panel off just so you can see it, or do you have the front panel?
Actually, this is the receiver, this is the display. I tried to
talking about the
slide so you can actually see the side of it. Need a little light in there.
Where is the front of it, where it shows the screen?
That's right here.
Oh, I see, that's on the side.
Yeah, I turned it sideways so you can see in here, see the inner workings that are really more interesting. This is the front view and this is the side.
Have you received an estimate of what the cost of restoration of that would be?
I guess the question is who would restore it, because who knows how to do that? Yeah, well, maybe there is somebody here who would know how to restore that. That would be wonderful if there's somebody who could do that. The actual display has a motor in it with an AC power cord, and I've sure been tempted to just plug that thing in, and see that thing spin. But I've been cautioned, better not do that yet. But it'd be wonderful to get some of this stuff actually in working order.
Well, I think you could work with the museum.
Yeah. So, any other questions? No more questions. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you. All right.
And wrapping up this afternoon, Chuck Conrad, come on down. Where are you?
See if we can get a little AV working.
Chuck's going to come up here for a bit and fill us in on what's going on down our brothers down there at the Texas Museum of Broadcasting and Communication.
The show dedicated to everything under the sun and the series right here.
Yeah.
Now, after over 100.
Starting museum's easy.
Sorry, guys. All it takes is technicians.
So did you you have any documentation? This, I mean, do you have any? Or something?
There is, there's some stuff in the museum, it's not a huge collection, it's more of like a personal subjective home, and I think a lot of what he sold out. Some of the stuff.
Okay.
Hey Chuck, are you gonna be staying in here? Or are you gonna
I'd rather move around, frankly. But the microphone seems to be wired.
One for the house, one for the internet.
on your little pad, just make sure. Yeah, just make sure the antenna comes out. There we go. And just look around. Yeah, that should work. Yeah, I've done this before.
Well, I've done it a few times. Don't you just love technology? I mean, here we are, a whole group of technical people, and we can't make anything work for some reason. I don't know why that is. Yep. Okay. I got a clock with a big hook, so I'll try to shut up at the appropriate time. The question came up a few minutes ago, who thought this was a good idea? That seems to be an ongoing theme in our hobby. I did in the case of the Texas Broadcast Museum. And we also talked earlier about estate planning. And what on God's name are you going to do with all this stuff? And I woke up one day and went, my wife is going to have one hell of a weird garage sale. And I'll bet this stuff is going to go for nothing. So it turned out I had
you got a green light, so I think that's a good sign. Okay. I'll just put that. I made my living with wireless microphones for about 30 years. I did. It's always fun when we stop. Anyway, whoever put that thing together, we had a guy come in actually about, maybe a month ago or so, and we were still working on it. And he said, I helped build that thing. He said, we get this quite a bit, actually. And he said, we put that together with anything we could find. And he was right. When we took it apart, it had screws, straight slot and Phillips screws, as well as some Torx screws in it, bolts, nuts, staples that had glue on them, big long staples, the ones we use with an air gun, nails, and some kind of amazing adhesive that was stuck stuff together so well, I couldn't believe it. Harbor Freight sells a really neat tool that's a plunge cutter, and it cuts through all that goop. Saved my butt for about $29.95, well worth it. Anyway, we managed to move the thing out. It wouldn't fit through any doors in the TV station. It actually fit through doors in our place, but it is now a permanent thing, and it's been getting a lot of use. It even has the news desk with little monitors in it, which can be either teleprompter or program or preview monitors, depending what you want to punch up. The only thing that's really not original is we put microphones on it, because giving a bunch of elementary school kids lavalier microphones would probably be suicidal. We also inherited this set that says Le Cinema. It was going to say Le Cinema Bad, and we were going to show bad movies, and we still intend to. When you open the door, there's a green screen behind it, so we can chroma key the fungus that ate Cleveland or something playing in the background. But this was actually a high school prom. This was actually it was a week ago. This was just last Friday, a week ago Friday. We had about 150 high schoolers in for a nice catered dinner and a dance and everything. And this is how we keep the place, at least keep the lights on. We have a pretty interesting electric bill. We are in Texas, it's hot. We have 10 5-ton air conditioners in the place, and we need more. So when that all kicks in, the electric bill goes up. There's also, we call this the Jay Leno set. It's started out to be a little radio studio recreation. Jay Leno he's sitting there in the studio. That cutout, actually, somebody gave us an Ampex AVR2 2-inch tape recorder, video tape recorder. It came in a wooden crate, and when I popped the cover off the crate, Jay Leno fell out. He was part of the packing. So we figured he deserved a space. It's a real young Jay Leno. In that radio studio, there's this radio console. That one came from WOAI, which is a heritage station in San Antonio. We think it's about 1936 RCA. It's our oldest audio console. And then we also have the Telecruiser. This is the Dumont Telecruiser. It was built in 1949. It's serial number 101. It's the very first Telecruiser that Dumont ever sold. I understand from Alan Dumont's daughter. I talked to her about 10 years ago or so. I don't know if she's still alive or not, but she actually called me up to thank me for saving this and saving part of her dad's heritage. She was very nice, very gracious, and she said this is called Model B, serial number 101, and she said there was a Model A, but that looked like a school bus, and she used to play in it when she was a little girl at her dad's lab, which I thought was kind of a neat story. This was during the Kennedy assassination coverage in Dallas, which is a big deal in Texas. I guess it's a big deal just about everywhere. There was a police officer named J.D. Tippett that was shot by Oswald, and his funeral was nationally televised. It was the pool feed out of this while using Dumont equipment. And yeah, we do have a Dumont camera too, and it's through a little magic engineering it's working. This is what the front of the building looked like when we got it. The front room, it's just kind of big, barren space, kind of blah. And this is what it looks like now. That camera that says KRLD on it was also there at the Kennedy assassination coverage down in the Dallas police station. It was, we have its picture in the background when they were hauling Jack Ruby out in handcuffs. And there it is sitting in the background. That particular camera spent a year at the 6th Floor Museum in Dallas, which if you're in Dallas, You should go see it. It's a really great museum. They had a special exhibit for a year called Coping with Crisis. It was how the press dealt with the assassination, and it was a really great exhibit, well worth going to. And then for the 50th anniversary, the museum in Washington, D.C. came down with the big truck and picked this thing up and packed it up. And I understand they have a cash flow problem, and I understand why they might, because they must have spent a fortune to take that camera all the sixth floor museum guys came and showed up with actually it was a lady that showed up in a Ford Explorer, and we dumped it in the back of the Explorer, put a blanket on it, and she drove off to Dallas. These guys came with a giant big truck, and they're in uniforms, and they built a case. It was really impressive, but somehow I think a Ford Explorer or Chevy van or something would have worked just fine too, and whatever. This is a little radio studio in the building. This was the cashier's booth when it was a car dealership. It was a Chevy dealership originally, then a Dodge dealership. But this is a working radio studio. Everything works, and we have tape cartridges that actually play. And kids have no idea about any of this stuff. I mean, and that's really what this is all about. We also have lots of TVs. This is our predictor lady. And there she is with a TK41, and the other one where it says, please watch your step. That's actually the front door of the telecruiser, but you might watch your step anyway. And we have videotape machines, several. Maybe we'll get some of them to work. Anybody want to come down to Texas and play with a videotape machine? Yeah. Were you volunteering? Oh, right. Actually, you should bring this display down. We can have a special deal or something for it.
Where did TK41 come from?
Right here, in fact. I bought it about 2 or 3 years ago at the ETF auction. We're not real sure where it came from. We think maybe WGN, but I've never got around to stripping paint down enough to see what it really says, because it looks pretty good the way it is, and good enough at least. One of the ways we support this thing is by going around, and this I need to pay homage to another museum, the Museum of Broadcast Technology, which is in Woonsocket, Rhode Island. They have been incredibly helpful on this, and this is the floor at the NAB convention. This is year before last. We were there this year too, but they've allowed me to go there and share a booth space with them, and I've met a lot of people. Some of the people in this room I've met there, and it's really been a great experience to go. It's really tiring, pretty expensive, but it's well worth it. And this year this particular year, we had 2 working image orthicon cameras there. It caused quite a stir. I'll go back to it for a second. One of the most common questions people came up to, people that are in their 20s that are videographers and computer designers and so on, they go, how many pixels is it? We had to do a little math to answer that, actually. This is another one of our parties. We do this is our bread and butter, is having parties. This one apparently is a Christmas party because there's a Christmas tree there. I hope we didn't keep it up in July. This is yet another one. I think this one might have been just the other night, in fact. But the place cleans up pretty good. It actually looks, considering you're standing in what used to be a car dealer service area, you would hardly know. It took a lot to get it that way, though. And this is what the front of the building looks like. There's a couple of Marconi cameras there that another Chuck in the room might recognize. And I've got to say that Steve here at the museum gets the Nipper Award. The Nipper in the front of the museum here is amazing. I like ours. Ours is cute, but that one's amazing. So. And this is a little video that, if we get audio, turn up the volume of that if you would.
Right here.
So tell you a little bit about what we do.
Everything you check off the list and move on to bigger and better things. That's exactly the case in Kilgore, where the Museum of Broadcasting and Communications has got fancy new things that they want to show off. So we decided to head that way, and a new segment we like to call Check Its Way. Back in 2015, we met Chuck Conrad, and Chuck is big into broadcasting. 101.9 time, and we're sitting here in the center having a great time. Back then, Chuck had his personal collection of communications technology displayed in his Chalk Hill home. You don't really notice things gathering in your closet until you have to move. That's always one of the critical moments. I think it is for everybody. You go, I didn't know I had any socks. Well, I didn't know I had any TV cameras. The history seen through the lens of these cameras, or pulled through the ribbon of these microphones, changed our perspective on the world and delivered the latest news back in the day. Almost everybody watches TV. It's really how several generations experience the world. It's really good. It's a repository of technical history. Now, these metal and glass purveyors of the past can be found at a new stop on the Texas bucket list, situated on the streets of downtown Gilmore. Well, as you can see, we've got a whole new space here in Gilmore. We actually owned this building. It was really great, so we'll be here for a long time. Like some of the people have done well. The Texas Museum of Broadcasting and Communications is now located in an old car dealership that's definitely got a 1950s Art Deco feel to it. The vintage part kind of fits with what we're doing. The DVDs and TV cameras and stuff all came from the same room. This was showing for that or something. And just about everything, at least the biggest pieces from Chuck's collection, are now here. The funny thing is, though, if you look at my house, you probably wouldn't have anything missing. That's the scary part. We have cameras, early black and white cameras, early color cameras. This is one of the very first color cameras. It's one of my favorites. It's called Versus. It's 340 pounds, and you know, they used to carry these things around. Football games, baseball games, and stuff. I can't imagine what it's like hauling this thing around. We used to walk with it, that's how bad it was. Chuck also found a new friend who also had an assortment of antique audio and video devices that are now part of the museum. One of the had his collection of old radios and TVs. We realized that we both shared the same sickness. Waving hands. Being home to such a peculiar collection of particular things sort of bucks the trend in Gilmore. But if you tune in for a time being, it's easy to get lost in the TV history here. Most people think Gilmore, the oil museum, maybe Gilmore Ranger or something. And we really upset the dynamic of Gilmore a little bit, just like being the broadcasting communications. That's not something that they think of themselves as, but begin to adopt it. It's pretty cool. And it's not just black. What is it? Most of us experience our history through radio and TV. I mean, for several generations, even before World War II, you know, a lot of the radios we have had shortwave on them, and the reason they did is because people were interested in what was going on in the world. They didn't have Facebook or anything like that. So they tuned into BBC or the Vatican radio or whatever, radio Luxembourg. You get all those things on your shortwave radio back then, and you could get news reports. Sometimes you can pick up the news feed to read that, like everywhere in the world, or someone like that back to the United States on shortwave for a regular broadcast. You can research. With all this old technology in one place, the museum has become sort of a drop-off point for people looking to donate their assets behind equipment. It changes almost on a daily basis. It surprises me how often new stuff just arrives almost every day. And the newly renovated 18,000 square foot facility includes a space for Chuck's big old bus that has an interesting connection to the book. Tom Pott, the oil man from this area that put Chevrolet on the air in Dallas, was the original buyer of this massive museum. He paid $94,000 for it. He was in Gilmore. He paid a lot of money to a Chevrolet in Dallas.
Ooh. Well, we got almost to the end. Oops. Anyway, the entire point of this, are you messing with the computer? Or? Okay. All right, just leave it here and it'll be fine. The whole point of this thing has been about kids, because kids have no idea about any of the heritage and any of the past. They've always had a cell phone or an iPad or Leapfrog or something like that in their hands. In fact, I own 2 radio stations in the area, and they're all at my house where I have a whole bunch of this stuff. Actually, they're in my garage next to my house. But we had a bunch of kids from Cub Scouts come out one day from Kilgore, and they thought they were going to see a radio station, you know, somebody playing records on turntables or something. And in the front lobby, when you come in, there's a bunch of old radios and microphones and things like that. And one of the things is a crank-up phonograph with a Morning Glory horn on the thing. And I was demonstrating that to these kids, and one of them said, well, why do you have to crank it up? Why don't you just plug it in? And I said, well, back then, a lot of people didn't have electricity. A bunch of people didn't have indoor plumbing in their house. They had an outhouse out back. Most people didn't have cars. Most people didn't have telephones. And I was rattling this stuff off. And this little red-haired kid, he's about this tall, maybe 8 years old. I think he's maybe in a picture here. I'm not sure on this presentation. But anyway, he said, well, if they didn't have phones, how'd they get on the internet? And that was one of those come to Jesus moments or something. I went, he doesn't know, and none of them know. And that's why I think it's important for everybody in this room to see that there's somebody younger than them that's interested in this stuff. It's got to go somewhere. If nothing else, you want to sell your stuff. You know. But I'm glad to see there are some people here that are younger than me and younger than dirt. There's a few. But anyway, this kid amazed me. He came in with his grandfather twice. The second time he came in at Christmas time, and his grandfather asked him what he wanted to do. He said, I want to go to the Broadcast Museum. And he sat down, I was visiting with this kid's grandfather, and he sat down at our news desk, and all of a sudden I realized he was doing a very coherent news broadcast from it. I think he's, I don't know, 10 maybe. Then he went over and did the weather. And then he went into this radio studio, which I'd shown him how to use the tape cartridges, and every one of those tape cartridges that's on the wall, he played. He knew how to run it. Kid's going to be a broadcaster. But we have lots of kids come in. This is a bunch of them at the news desk. They like it. They can hear themselves talk. They can see themselves on TV. And it's really all about, that's really who it's all about, is trying to incite a new generation into thinking this is a good idea and that the past is actually pretty interesting. So if you happen to be in Kilgore, Texas, which is East Texas, we're about 2/3 of the way between Dallas and Shreveport, Louisiana, off of Interstate 20. Kilgore is a nice town. You can even get a great rate at the local motels if you say Broadcast Museum. And they're really cheap compared to Hilliard, I can tell you that. But we're open Fridays and Saturdays and also for groups. We'd love to have groups. And if any of you guys are coming through, give me a call and I'll be glad to open up. There's usually somebody there. We've actually got to a point where we have one full-time employee now, which is a whole new dynamic we haven't figured out how to pay for yet, but we're working on that. So the Kilgore Chamber of Commerce, who actually gives us some money every year, and the Kilgore Convention and Visitors Bureau, who gives us some of the hotel occupancy tax, hot funds money, ask you to please visit Kilgore. So please do. Oh. Thanks. I have some brochures if anybody's interested. I'll just leave them up here on the stage.
Thank you so much. Dan Jones, are you in the room or that's over at the other side? Is that correct? Thank you. Dan Jones will be over there.
This is mine, so I might as well take it. Excuse me.
Was that Dumont van in the Auto Store magazine?
Yeah.
Okay, I remember. That's place.
Yeah.
I read an article about that.
Yeah, I was in Auto Store. They did a nice article on it.
Did you ever get it plated so you could move it, drive it around?
No, well, that's the story is, it's so stupid. I even went to Austin and testified